Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to open the G-Science Academy Symposium hosted by the Science Council of Japan. I'm Ayako Terauchi, the Director for International Affairs, the Secretariat of the Science Council of Japan. I am an MC of today's symposium. First, Dr. Kajita Takaaki, President of the Science Council of Japan, will give you opening remarks as a representative of the host organization. Dr. Kajita, please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished representatives of colleague academies, International Science Council, Global Young Academy, outstanding experts and participants. Good morning. Thank you very much for attending today's G-Science Academy 2023 Symposium. I'm Takaaki Kajita, President of the Science Council of Japan. It is our great pleasure and honor to welcome representatives from not only G7 academies, but also from the International Science Council, the Global Young Academy, and the Indian National Science Academy that will host this year's Science 20 meeting. I'm convinced that this enlarged formation of our G-Science Academy 2023 meeting will contribute to the global development of science and research. This year, Japan assumes the G7 presidency and has been preparing for the G7 Hiroshima summit in May and related ministerial meetings. The Science Council of Japan, as its national academy and the independent representative body of scientists in Japan, is chairing this year's G-Science Academy meeting and has prepared this symposium. Thanks to your generous collaboration and professional scientific insights, we were able to produce significant recommendations to the G7 summit on 3 important themes: climate change, health, and oceans. These themes address pressing issues that require the international community to work together and find solutions based on scientific evidence and rational consideration. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the G7 national academies for their valuable input and to the Japanese experts who took the lead in making the joint statements. This year's G-Science Academy themes focus on global and pressing issues. Policy makings based on scientific knowledge are most needed in responding to unprecedented crises. I'm convinced that these joint statements will contribute significantly to the discussion at the G7 summit and, by extension, toward the solution of global issues. For the progress of science, excellent research based on curiosity is essential. In addition, it is necessary to gain understanding and support from the public and to promote science together. When I assumed the President of Science Council of Japan in 2020, I declared Science for All as our prime aim in my term of office. In line with this thought, the purpose of today's symposium is not only to introduce and deepen our understanding of the issues related to the joint statements, but also to discuss how we share these issues with the society. We would also like to discuss how academies in each country, working independently, solely based on science and knowledge, should make policy recommendations, how to engage in dialogue with the government and society, and how to outreach this joint statement to the society. I look forward to fruitful discussions for the success of this symposium, which I hope will be a wonderful opportunity for Science All. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kajita. Next, Mr. Goto Shigeaki, the Minister of State in charge of the Science Council of Japan, gives a video message for us.
Dear speakers, symposium organizer, and distinguished guests, it is a great honor for me to offer my greetings as Minister of State in charge of the Science Council of Japan on the occasion of the opening of the G-Science Academy 2023 Symposium. I understand that G-Science Academy was launched in 2005, consisting of the national academies of the G7 countries for the purpose of making policy recommendations for the G7 summit and relevant ministerial meetings. This year, under Japan's presidency of G7, the Science Council of Japan chairs the G-Science Academy. It takes the lead in drafting joint statements together with experts from the other G7 countries. I would like to express my sincere respect for the strenuous efforts of the Science Council of Japan and the experts from the G7 academies. I also extend my sincere congratulations on today's symposium. In May 2023, Japanese government will host the G7 Hiroshima Summit and related ministerial meetings, and is currently working steadily towards that goal. This year's G7 Summit will discuss Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has now reached the one-year mark. The summit will address also the mounting global challenges such as climate change, energy, food, health, and development. I understand that the three themes of this year's G-Science Academy are climate change and resilience against related crises, health and an aging society, and ocean and its biodiversity. I'm confident that G-Science Academy's joint statements will provide valuable input to the G7 Hiroshima Summit. These are common issues for both G7 countries and for nations all over the world. Each theme is closely related to the deliberations of the G7 Summit. Science and technology will be the key factor in overcoming the hardships at hand and setting out the course of the world in the times ahead. The Cabinet of the Government of Japan adopts the concept of a new form of capitalism that turns social challenges such as climate change into engines of growth. Science, technology, and innovation is a joint pillar of this concept. Just as scientific evidence played a preeminent role in policy making during the COVID-19 pandemic, there is an ever-increasing need to incorporate scientific knowledge into the formulation of appropriate policies. In order to respond to the numerous critical issues, it is essential for governments and the academies to work in close collaboration. In that context, I believe that G-Science Academy indeed provides a vivid example of the significance of policy making based on scientific knowledge. It is most gratifying that today's symposium is attended by the representatives from the G7 academies, the International Science Council, the Global Young Academy, and the Indian National Science Academy. India is chair of the upcoming G20 summit in 2023. I earnestly hope that this gathering will bring together the consummate wisdom of academia and further deepen the discussions on the pressing global issues. I also hope that these deliberations will bear fruitful results towards solving the formidable global issues of our time. In closing, therefore, permit me to express my best wishes for the success of today's symposium.
Thank you, Minister Goto. Next, we would like to call upon Professor Takamura Yukari, Vice President of the Science Council of Japan, to extend an introductory speech. Professor Takamura, please.
So, good morning to all. I'm Yukari Takamura, Vice President for International Affairs, Science Council of Japan. It's a great honor and pleasure of me to deliver introductory remarks in this opening session of this symposium. I sincerely welcome all of you who join us today on the place and also by online. Especially my special thanks to the representative from the G7 colleague academies, International Science Council, and Global Young Academy, Indian National Academy of Science, who came a long way to join us today. Since 2005, National Academy of G7 countries have worked together to make policy recommendations to G7 political leaders. The group is sometimes called Science 7, S7. The Science Council of Japan last year started working the preparation just after the last year's Science 7 dialogue in Germany, led by the Leopoldina. We organized some committee composed of the President Kajita and also the head of 3 divisions, humanity and social sciences, life sciences, and physical sciences and engineering, covering all disciplines of the science. This subcommittee selected and proposed to our colleague academy 3 topics, which is the climate and the health and the ocean. As you all know, that the world is facing unprecedented challenge and crisis. Climate science, including improved observation and climate modeling, provide a comprehensive view of climate system exchange. IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report indicate it is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere and ocean and land. We observe increasing number of extreme weather events causing deaths and a gigantic amount of economic loss. Last year, actually 2023 too, severe heat wave in Europe of June and July caused around 20,000 deaths, thus affecting directly human health. I think it is not only for the case of Europe. Also, major demographic change, including decline in population and super aging, could increase social vulnerability the elderly as one of the most vulnerable group in the society to be affected most by climate change impact. According to the 2019 Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem, the rate of global change in nature during the past 50 years is unprecedented in human history. The direct driver of such change in nature was the largest global impact change, that is, the change in land and sea use, and direct exploitation of organisms and resources. And the third place is climate change. So the foundation of the source of the cause of such threats and challenges, the way that our humanity, how to consume, how to produce the natural resources. These three topics we proposed and discussed and drafted through the three joint statements are very much interlinked. And these are imminent threats and challenges for achieving more sustainable and resilient society. These are topics that clearly requires science technologies and science-based policy making and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary collaboration, not only, of course, among G7 countries, but also more broadly, especially in collaboration with the Global South. I would like to conclude my introductory the remarks by expressing my sincere gratitude to all who worked and is still working for success of this meeting. Especially my and our, on behalf of Science Council of Japan, our special thanks go to all experts and the expert of the Science Council of Japan who took the lead, the drafting of the joint statement. And that is, I think some of them are expected to be a podium in this symposium as moderator or panelist. So at this occasion, I'd like to again express the special, very much appreciation to the all colleagues who involved in drafting and to make this, the three joint statement. I personally looking forward to the fruitful discussion, which, as our President Kadita mentioned, that will be provide the excellent opportunity for the science for all. Thank you very much, and I'm personally looking forward to the wonderful opportunity to discuss this joint statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Takamura. So next, we have a photo session. Representatives of the Academy of the G7 countries, please come to the stage. Please follow the staff. The first session is on climate change. We asked Professor Mori, Professor Research Center for Advanced Science and Technology, the University of Tokyo, to facilitate the meeting from this point. Professor Mori, please.
So I'd like to start the session. So the first session is on climate change. First of all, I'd like to ask Dr. Koike, Executive Director, International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management, Public Works Research Institute, who has taken the lead in writing the joint statement on climate change. To give an introduction, so please, Dr. Koike, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I would introduce our statement by expressing our great concern about these three recent major challenges. The first challenge arises from recent climate disasters such as flood, drought, wildfire, and heat waves. Second, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a severe socioeconomic impact on countries around the world. Third, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, gravely violating international law, threatened the rule-based international order seriously and has driven the world into a global food and energy crisis. Due to the cumulative impact of these three events, complex, cascading, and systemic risks have intensified, threatened human lives and prosperity beyond national boundaries. Okay. With regard to the climate change, the IPCC Assessment Report 6 concluded the economic benefit by limiting global warming to 2 degrees Celsius exceed climate mitigation cost. The potential impact and associated risk would be kept significantly lower at 1.5 than at 2.0. Global net zero greenhouse emission by or around mid-century should be fully committed. Now, we widely perceive children today and the following generations would experience very severe climate impact if prompt action is not taken now. Furthermore, investigation increasingly indicate other possible consequences, including nature-based solution, changes in current behavior and values, and additional carbon dioxide removal activities. The reduction in greenhouse gas emission caused by the COVID-19 pandemic was not significant enough for its impact on climate to be detected above the natural variability. The pandemic increased society vulnerability to climate change by limiting access to the medical services, worsening the damage induced by hydromet extreme event, slowing the progress of economic development, especially in low-income countries, and hindering the advancement of the society equity. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has exacerbated the existing climate change and the health challenges. It has also diverted major resources away from these three challenges and made a profound impact on global food security, especially in the low-income country again. And it also causes a major energy crisis. I'm sorry. I skipped one slide, I'm sorry. And the way forward to foster the development of sustainable and resilient society in which no one is left behind can be achieved only through discussion and effective problem solving, employing a cross-sectoral decision-making process based on science evidence, across national, regional, and cultural boundaries. As we learned from the IPBES and IPCC co-sponsored workshop in 2020 and the new post-2020 global biodiversity framework, we need to accelerate cross-sectoral convergence, link cutting-edge science and technology with individual action, and shape human resources necessary to lead these efforts. We respect G7's leaders' commitment like this. Furthermore, based on our discussion above, we would urge the G7 countries to take the following 6 actions. Recommendation 1. Increase support for improvement of models to project impact of atmospheric climate change on economies, which will also create a better understanding of the effect of the potential policies and on national and global economic development. Integrated quantitative assessment are needed to define the technological, social, and economic steps required to achieve the commitment to reduce the emission by 2030 and net zero by 2050. This should involve national roadmap to net zero, informed by research and analysis, and should act as exemplar for other nations outside the G7. Recommendation 2. Accelerate quantitative assessment across discipline using observation, model development, analysis, and evaluation by integrating knowledge of climate, water cycle, biological processes, agriculture, energy consumption, and anthropogenic and natural greenhouse gas emission in the natural and social science and humanities. Recommendation 3. Establish cross-sectoral framework at local, national, regional, and global level to link cutting-edge science with on-site decision-making and action. International cooperation in IT infrastructure, such as exascale computing for the next generation models of climate and its impacts, and data integration function. These should be developed to support this framework and address the challenges in climate change mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. Recommendation 4. Support the integration of data assessed in various reports by promoting globally coordinated activities to increase data accessibility in cooperation with Group on Earth Observation GEO and other relevant organizations. Relevant key reports include, for example, National Report on Global Indicators of the SDGs and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, IPCC, IPBES Assessment Report and their data repositories, NDC Performance Report, the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use at UNFCCC COP26, and the Global Biodiversity Framework at UNCBD COP15. Recommendation 5. Foster the integration of facilitators to work as catalysts capable of providing expert advice based on a broad range of scientific and indigenous knowledge about climate change in its local context. These facilitators can be members of the science community, the education community, the private sector, or local government with experience and skill in communication. Facilitator can bridge the gap between the science community and local stakeholders, support education training, and inform ways leading to practical solutions. Recommendation 6, enhance international technical cooperation and financial support, including repurposing fund and financial framework, especially for the most vulnerable countries with a large resources deficit, in order to pursue shared objectives and take concerted action. This includes a more significant, this includes more significant role for public and private sectors and more effective use of insurance systems. Once again, sustainable, resilient, inclusive society can be developed only through discussion, effective problem solving, employing a cross-sectoral decision-making process based on scientific evidence across national, regional, and cultural boundaries. We would urge the G7 countries to take these 6 actions now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So then I would like to ask for keynote speeches from the academies in each country. Today we have keynote speakers representing Canada, Japan, and the United Kingdom. So in alphabetical order of country names, please start with Professor Michel Tremblay, President of Academy of Science, the Royal Society of Canada. So yeah, I think here. Yeah, please.
Thank you. My name is Michel Tremblay. I'm the recently elected President of the Academy of Science of the Royal Society of Canada. So it's a pleasure to be here, and particularly to have worked in the previous few weeks and months with our Japanese colleague to develop a fantastic program and a really important program for climate and other issues that we will raise later. I want to be short because we have a very short time today. So the issue that was raised on the 6 different recommendations were based on very urgent effect. We talked about Ukrainian war and the food problems, the crisis in climates with increase of forest fire and flood, which we had in Canada. It's directly related to many of our problems too. So it's very important for us to be here. So, of course, one of the most important things is that that meeting, following up many other meetings of the United Nations and IPCC, is the fact that we want to be linked to this. We want to we agree to the work that has been done for many, many years by climate scientists. But at the same time, we want to tackle urgency and things that are needed at this particular S7 meeting. So to finish very quickly, we need to have concrete concrete actions. What I see in the recommendations, we'll talk a bit more later, is the scope. We want to extend the scope of gathering informations. We want to have precision on this scope. In real time, if it's possible to have informations on real time about climate and improve this, it's extremely important. Integrations between the different countries, and the G7 will be a perfect place for making us an example for the rest of the world. So we want to do that. And finally, transparency. We want to share these informations to all the scientists, the population, and the world. So we have a specific role at the S7, and I'd like to thank the Science Society of Japan that led a fantastic program, and we will talk about real commitment and propose nice things in the future. So thank you very much. I leave my place to my colleague here.
Yeah, thank you so much for wonderful speech. So next, I would like to ask Professor Nobuo Mimura, specially appointed professor, Global and Local Co-Creation Institute, Ibaraki University. So, Professor, please.
Good morning to all. I'm Nobuo Mimura, specially appointed professor and a former president of Ibaraki University. It is a great honor for me to be invited to this high-level meeting and to give us some lecture. And first of all, I'd like to appreciate the enormous effort of the committee to prepare the joint statement. And I fully agree with the contents and the recommendations made in the joint statement. And this morning, I'd like to touch upon some issues around climate change and the role of science to combat against climate change, and as a keynote lecture. And as the time is very short, so I'd like to focus on just 3 points like this. Let me start with the first subject, urgency of action. As already many people mentioned, IPCC published its 6th assessment report in 2021 and 2022. In this report, IPCC used 5 future emission scenarios of CO2, ranging from the very high emission scenario to the very low, and eventually the carbon neutral scenario, which is corresponding to the Paris Agreement. And the summary of the result of IPCC assessment is shown in this diagram. You can see at the end of this century, we have the very wide range of the circumstances. And we may have the 4-degree increased world if we go through the high level in emission. And on the other hand, if we success in the combating against the carbon dioxide emission, we may reach to the 1.5 degree at the end of this century. One notable feature of this diagram is the around the 2040, we may reach or we may go beyond the 1.5 degree warming. So, you know, based on this result, IPCC warned us that in red, we are not take track to limit warming to 1.5 degree. So, you know, this is the very, you know, kind of the essence of the messages, but according to this message, we can recognize that the achievement of carbon neutrality 2050 highly depends on the societal choices and actions in the next decade. So now we are at the point we should take more stronger action toward the future. So that is the meaning of the agency of action. This is my first point. And second point is climate resilient and sustainable development. This is the kind of the, related to the scope of the goal of our climate action. I think that the climate change responses has the 2 pillars, mitigation and adaptation, as you know already. And this climate change responses have 2 implications. First one is obviously managing climate change risks by building society's resilience. The second object is more wider effect of the climate change responses, that is transforming socio-economic development. Climate change is caused by the human greenhouse gas, huge greenhouse gas emissions from human activities using the fossil fuel energies. Therefore, the mitigation, decreasing, and eventually stop the CO2 emission mean the radical transformation to a society that is supported by the renewable energies and safeguard ecosystem and biodiversity. So in the IPCC report, this trajectory, this pathway is called climate resilient development. Climate resilient development is a target to restore the relationship between society, climate system, and ecosystem through implementation of the climate change responses, mitigation, adaptation. So this is, I think that in this stage, the role of science is very clear. Climate resilience development pathway is a big challenge of the society. So academia should contribute to the academic acceleration of climate change integration, mitigation, and adaptation, and to promote science for climate resilience development. This is my second point, and I need to hurry. Third point, integrated approach. You know, the climate change have the very wide range of the impact on all people in the world, and effect will propagate to the every sectors in the world. So to address these challenges, we need integration in many phases. And I can identify two major integration. First one is the integrated approach within academic community. This is already mentioned by the opening addresses and in the joint statement. You know, natural science or engineering only cannot be solved the climate change issues. Yeah. All the disciplines need to join forces to combat against the climate change issues. That is one thing. Second one is the integrated approach between science and society. This is also already emphasized, and you know, our result of the scientific research should be disseminated to the society correctly, and we have to support the action of the society from the giving the scientific foundation. So how this is a very big challenge for us to how to achieve that kind of collaboration between science and society. This is my last point. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So last, I'd like to ask Dr. Ian Biggins, Director of International Affairs, the Royal Society. So Dr. Biggins, please.
Thank you. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. My name's Ian Wiggins. I'm Director of International Affairs at the Royal Society. That's the UK's National Academy of Sciences. It's a pleasure to represent my academy here, and also personally Professor Robin Grimes, our Foreign Secretary, who was unable to travel to this meeting at short notice. So good morning. I think we've got a web stream, so good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to anyone joining online as well. A few remarks that I'd like to frame the discussion, but I'll be brief because I think that the interest will come in the Q&A that we get to after this. We've already heard from the two great speakers who've introduced the issues of the challenges that we face. We know that our efforts at the moment to reduce warming to 1.5 or even 2 degrees are way off mark. And the most recent agreements at COP26 don't get us even close to 2 degrees. There's a huge challenge here. One of the points that comes through in the statement that I think is really important is the role of science in informing some of the technological solutions to our climate change challenge. We know that achieving that target of net zero by 2050 is going to require a huge transformation in the production of energy, moving us away from fossil fuel dependence. And there's a key role for science and technology in achieving this challenge. We also know that much more further research and development is needed in areas from decarbonising transport, looking at heating and cooling, energy storage, which is going to be critical for a truly decarbonised grid. And one of the key points I think that comes across in the G7, our statement into the G7 process, is again the S7 academies calling for the establishment of evidence-based technology roadmaps that will direct us on that route to a net zero future. It's critical that these bring together the very latest science, and here I mean science in the very broadest sense, including the economic, social and behavioural sciences, that set out for governments, policymakers and investors how countries will be able to reach those targets and what will drive private investment into those areas. We also know that in order to achieve this, we will require political leadership as well as scientific leadership. And I know I speak for all of my colleagues across the S7 academies when I say that the science community in all of our countries and across the world stand ready to provide that scientific expertise, that scientific leadership in driving us towards that challenge, but that we will need the political leadership as well. And I would encourage all of our countries, when these issues are discussed at the G7 summit later this year, to properly take on board that science advice and think about how their political leadership can work with scientists to drive that change that we need to truly tackle the challenge that climate change presents for all of us. Finally, I'd also like to talk about the roles of looking at repurposing funds and financial frameworks in order to truly drive investment into some of these climate change solutions. We know that this is going to require us to accelerate the pace of change and look at the challenges of increasing private and public sector investment into some of these key areas. And we also know that we'll need to work together to agree suitable policy packages for economically incentivise the low-carbon transition. And the final point that I'd like to make here, that I know colleagues back at the Royal Society feel very passionately about, is that not all of these options are equal. In looking at the policy options that we need to take forward, care needs to be taken to ensure that they genuinely do reduce emissions and they genuinely will transition us away from fossil fuels, but also that those technologies and the resources that they require can be provided in a genuinely ethical and sustainable way. I think it's great that we've got colleagues from India here. This is a truly global challenge, and it's no surprise, I think, that the S20 topic this year, one of their themes, is clean energy for a greener future. I'll leave my remarks there. I'd like to add my thanks to the SCJ for their work in producing these statements. I know from our time in the chair at the Royal Society, it's no easy task convening 7 leading scientific academies and getting us to agree on anything, let alone 3 really impactful statements. So thank you very much for their work there. And genuinely, with that scientific leadership and the political leadership we need to see, I think these statements provide the basis for a truly transformative effect on climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all. So we will now move on to the discussion part. So from this point, I would like to switch the moderator to Dr. Takahashi, Deputy Director, Social Science Division, National Institute for Environmental Studies. So if you have any questions from YouTube, please use the comment function to write them down. So Dr. Takahashi, please.
Thank you, Professor Mori, for the introduction. And yes, first of all, once again, let me introduce the name of the 4 distinguished panelists. From your left, Professor Michel Tremblay, President of Academy of Science, the Royal Society of Canada. Then Dr. Ian Wiggins, Director of International Affairs, the Royal Society. And Professor Nobuo Mimura from Ibaraki University. And Professor Toshio Koike from Aicham Public Works Research Institute. And now I would like to explain the planned procedure of this panel discussion. Professor Koike presented the 6 recommendations in the G-Science Joint Statement listed on this slide. Since it is difficult for us to discuss all of them in 30 minutes, I will propose that we focus some of them, actually colored red and blue ones on this slide. And from now, I am going to ask 2 questions related with the recommendations. And for each of them, I will ask the panelists to share your thoughts in turn. And after that, yes, if time allows, I will also invite questions and comments from the audience. Okay. So now let's get into the contents. And this is the first question, red-colored one. Yes, thank you. In the joint statement, acceleration of quantitative assessment across disciplines, recommendation 2, and support of the integration of data assessed in various reports by promoting globally coordinated activities to increase data accessibility, recommendation 4, are highlighted. And in other words, urgency for promoting collaboration between research disciplines is emphasized. So I would like each of the panelists to share your view on this issue. And more specifically, I would like to hear your opinion about what kind of additional collaborative efforts are essential for better climate risk management. And actually, I have found that some panelists have mentioned this issue in their keynote speech, but I expect each of the panelists to share your thoughts in turn in 1 or 1.5 minutes at the longest. And okay, maybe from left, so Professor Tremblay, can you start it? Thank you.
So thank you for providing questions that also touch different recommendations, because we don't have much time on that. So your first question, now it's gone. I just see my face, so I can question that part. But so urgency of promoting collaboration. So there's many ways to do this, and definitively an integrations that will have. First, what we see is increase the scope of gathering informations, and this is done by technologically-wise by space satellite and another aspect of looking at animal farms, and a good example of this is a new satellites that monitor methane release. So these methane release can be monitored immediately and then share into a particular site of computer. And this is, so one of the idea would be to have IT intelligence which will be able to gather all of this together. This is not going to be easy, but now with new type of computer with an EXA operation, which is 10 by 18 operations per second, I think it's possible to aim at this integration like that. So I will answer this first. I don't want to go too long, but I'll have other things if my colleagues have time. So clearly integrations to IT is one of the major important aspects to share.
Thank you. Then next, Dr. Wiggins, please.
Great, thank you. I'll kind of lead from that question about integration. And one of the bits I think is really important here is around how we're using data in the challenges of climate change. There's two bits of work the Royal Society's done recently, which I think are relevant here. One is work looking at the use of data in emergencies, taking views from a whole range of participants across the public, civil society, experts, and looking at some of the things you need to do to make that data available when you need it in order to both work on adaptation challenges, but also in the mitigation space as well. And one of the recommendations that comes through from that report is around ensuring that we're properly stress testing both the public and private sector around the climate data that they've got available, and that we're making that available as quickly as possible so we can respond appropriately. So that data and access to it, I think, is really important. The second bit there around integration, and again, a recent report we've just published, is around the use of privacy-enhancing technologies, which might sound a little tangential to climate change, but they're a really important suite of packages that enable us to give confidence to people that their data is being used sensibly and allow the access to that data really rapidly in an ethical way, which is really important as well. So I think there's a really important point there. And what I draw through from that, talking about the integration and working internationally, is the need for us to establish standards around the use of those technologies and the sharing of data. I think there's a role here for national, supranational, and particularly the international standard organisations here in ensuring that we've got the protocols in place so that we can share that climate data and respond to it really quickly in whatever space we're working in.
Thank you. And Professor Mimura, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I already emphasized the importance of integration in my presentation. So I would like to go into a little bit more deeper. The question one referred to the acceleration of quantitative assessment across disciplines. This is very important, and I will take the example of the research for the climate change impact assessment, we use the impact assessment framework like this, framework of the three factors, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. Hazard means the climatic external forces to cause the disasters, and exposure is the affected presence of the affected systems in the damaged area, and the vulnerability is the weakness of these systems. So, recently the global climate change modeling make a big progress, and we have the fantastic result from the climate change model. But at the same time, if we make the very good assessment of the climate impact, we have to know the affected side, where the people, population, and the asset or infrastructure are distributed, and how the distribution of the vulnerability of the society. We need this kind of information. This point is especially important for the assessment of the future impact. We will see the impact of the changing climate on changing society. So we need both side information, and that means we need a good collaboration with the natural science, engineering, and the social science and humanities. That is one point. And my second point is the how to overcome the lack of data from the global south. I've been working with the IPCC for a long time, and for example, we have the chapter for Asia. Asia covers a wide area, and we lack the data from South Asia, West Asia, and Central Asia. So, we are looking at the global phenomena. So if we lack the data from these areas, these regions, our recognition, our understanding is very much limited. So it is very important to enhance capacities for these areas to produce data, and with the collaboration of the developed countries. So this is the place for the recommendation to G7 summit. So G7 countries should take initiative to promote such kind of capacity development in the developing countries and global south. These are my points.
Thank you, Professor Mimura. And then Dr. Koike, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm a water cycle scientist, and also to address the climate change impact. I want to work together with agriculture, forest, biodiversity, and the risk management. But it's very difficult. I think it's very difficult for scientists to work together beyond the discipline. We want to focus on our field and do the advanced research. But we have a lot of barrier, data management, the large amount of the data, and very big diversity. Format, accuracy, and terminology is quite different. How to promote the interdisciplinary research? I think we need two aspects. One is opportunity with the supporting system, and the other one is the motivation. I'm very happy scientist. Based on the support from our government, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Technology, we have been developing the data integration analysis system, DIAS in short. It's now the 300 petabyte storage system, which covers the various data cleansing system, and also the ontology system. Based on that system and also the strong support of the IT community, we can work together with agriculture person. So such kind of the opportunity need to be supported. Other one is motivation. Water is closely related to the society. So we established a platform. For example, in Philippines, more than 26 the governmental organizations gathered together, and also the universities. And we can exchange the idea. And then we have motivation to work together beyond the discipline. So such kind of the special effort we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koike, and thank you for the wide range of quite thoughtful answers from each. And I'm not going to summarize all of them, but from those answers, I have found that we have various opportunities and responsibilities for promoting collaboration between research disciplines. And yes, we also need to realize it now or very quickly, very soon. So then, considering the time, I would like to move to the second question, this blue-colored one. And we, as a researcher, are responsible for not only for developing novel scientific knowledge, but also for communicating the knowledge effectively with society to make the world better. So in the joint statement, recommendation 5 as well, with the keyword facilitator, importance of better communication between science and society is highlighted. I would like to hear your panelists' thoughts on what we could or should do more for improving the communication of science on climate issues to realize decarbonized and climate-resilient society. And again, for this round, I want each of the panelists to share your thoughts in turn in 1 or 1.5 minutes at longest. And in the same manner with the first round, maybe I'd like to ask Professor Tremblay first.
Thank you very much. So I'll give probably the better answer for me would be to give example from Canada. So particularly on the idea of people that are helping, translating to the public. In Canada, of course, the Royal Society and many universities have a list of experts, and they describe so people can reach these experts on different things. So that's one. But we have another advantage in Canada, and many countries have also, is the fact that we have autochthons all over the country, which are really committed to their environment. So there are in Canada several programs, including the indigenous-led national climate solutions, where we put many of these solutions in the hand of these community and give them grants that they can provide. One of them is to protect, for example, marsh and marsh field to capture methane, and so that's one of them. We also in the country, and I'm sure many other ones, is to have people that are implementing, even in cities or in neighborhoods, these different solutions for climate change, but at the local level. It is sure that one interesting thing for scientists, we always share our protocols and techniques, and there are protocols for that are developed by different countries on helping mitigating climate change in different environment, and these should be also part of the integrations, part of the accessible ideas that we can do. So not only people that can guide, and that's an idea of this second questions and the recommendation, these facilitator, but there's also different places where these informations can be integrated to. So I will stay with this. These are one of many examples. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Dr. Wiggins, yes.
Great, thank you. I'll start my answer on this one with a bit of a confession, which is I'm the imposter up here, so I'm not an academic like my esteemed colleagues on the panel. I'm a policymaker by background and a diplomat before that. And I think my reflection on the communications challenge is that we often talk past each other as representatives of the science community and the policymakers that we're trying to influence. And one of the reasons behind that, we think from the Royal Society perspective, is a lack of scientific expertise in the policymakers that we're speaking to, and scientific literacy more than that. And there's no inherent problem with that. There's no shame in having that as a conversation. It's great that we're represented by elected officials who represent a broad swathe of the countries that we all come from. But it does mean that when we're trying to engage on detailed scientific questions, and fundamentally climate change has a lot of that really fundamental science in it, there's often a lack of understanding in those of us coming from a quantitative background, talking to those with a more qualitative persuasion. One of the ways that we've sought to tackle this, and I know there's similar programs across G7 countries and beyond, is a program called the Royal Society Policy Fellows. So we've taken academics who are our university research fellows or who work with the Royal Society. We partner them with legislators, with policymakers from both government and the Houses of Parliament, and create that relationship where they can share their experiences from both sides of those conversations, the policymaking side and the research side, and seek to improve some of those levels of understanding so that we can all come at this question with the same level of conversation, same level of understanding, and talk to each other as equals rather than talking past each other and trying to solve some of this.
Then, Professor Mimura, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I have 2 points here, and first point is the kind of the institutional arrangement for facilitator. When I read this recommendation, I wonder whether this facilitator means individuals or organized facilitator. In my personal experience, I've been working with the government as the kind of a member of the advisory group, or I also attend the local government advisory committees or consultation with the local people. But always I feel that I'm working individual and ad hoc basis. So if we have the very effective bridging between science and society, we need some kind of institutional arrangement. And scientist is not always good at the playing role of the facilitator to the society. So we need more, training to do that, or we have to employ the specialists who have that capability, and we organize the kind of the institutions to use these facilitators to effectively use these facilitators as a bridge between society and science. And this is one thing. And when I hear the facilitator in this statement, I remember that I approached media people in the other way to bridging between science and society. When the IPCC report was published, every time the media people came to me and to ask several interviews, and the newspapers, the TV program covers the latest information of IPCC intensively. That is a very, very good chance for society to learn how the IPCC or scientists summarizing the current status of the scientific knowledge. So I think, a facilitator is a part of our society, scientific community. And media people are different society, and they are independent. We have to respect their independence, but we need to have a good collaboration with the media people to disseminate the latest information to the society. That is that might be another approach to bridging the science and society. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mimura. And then last, Dr. Koike, please.
Okay, this morning our president and the vice president both they emphasize science for all. This topic has been discussed since the beginning of this century by Science Council of Japan. And in 11, the one recommendation report published. In that, in addition to the existing science framework, it's defined the cognitive science and the design science. We need to develop one more field, that is research for discovering the social wish. So for promote such kind of the activity, we need a data system and a communication system and training system. So the recommendation of Science Council of Japan in 2011 identified that direction. And in 2020, the committee developed the recommendation focusing on the disaster risk reduction and sustainable development, in which we identified facilitator. We think on-site problem can be solved by on-site stakeholder supporting from the scientific community. So what kind of the function we need? We need to establish the trust-based relationship with society. We need to explain the causes and structure of the on-site problem and the local implication of the data and information. And we need to suggest the goals, not propose, suggest the goals, a possible solution, the governance, and on-site stakeholders' responsibility. And we need to convince them. Okay, so I think such kind of function, the science community need to support and foster such kind of function. If not, our scientific knowledge cannot be reflected to the local action. So that is our conclusion. So we are very happy to discuss on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you again for the responses. And now, yes, it seems that we have about 5 minutes left, and I would like to invite questions and comments from the floor, and also maybe from the online YouTube chat box. But first, from the floor, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. So before asking the question, please give your name and affiliation first. Thank you. Maybe for us online broadcast. Thank you.
So, my name is Hervé Le Treut. I'm from France, and I'm a member of the Academy of Sciences in France. I just a remark, a very small remark, but I think for me it's important. When you say that we speak about facilitators, in a way we speak also about a population which is also very important, which is the young people. I think there is a large need to have a formation of the young people, and I think that it is something that can be linked very strongly with the idea of integration of facilitators. And in the same range of ideas, we have also this obvious link that we are with people who are very different. All the people that are working on the same issue are also very different when you begin to look at the problem of formation of young people. So I don't want to go further. It's just a comment, but I think it's something that links very well with what was said today.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comment. And okay, so maybe I can take one more, and then I will ask some of the panelists to respond to it. Thank you.
Peter Gluckman, President of the International Science Council, former Chief Science Advisor to the Government of New Zealand. I think in all this discussion, one needs to think about the different levels of trade-offs that different decision makers need to make. At the level of government, there are trade-offs they have to make, and they need to be discussed in ways that are relevant to them. At the level of a city, there's trade-offs that have to be made. At the level of an individual, there are trade-offs that need to be made. And if we don't talk about science advice and recognise that there are changes in behaviours that are needed and how they're explained, we fail with each of those groups. So when you talk to the Prime Minister about what he or she needs to do to move a country, you have to at the same time talk about the other things that will have to change and result, be it in food production or transport or anything else. When you talk at the level of the city, it comes very quickly down to a whole lot of urban planning issues. And when you talk at the level of an individual, you're talking about what they need to do to change their behaviours. So when you use the word facilitator, a facilitator here has to be an honest broker, a person who can discuss trade-offs, because nothing here is simple. And the reason nothing has happened is because these issues are so complex that they go into the too hard basket.
Okay, thank you very much. Since we are running out of time, so maybe those two questions can be taken from the floor. And maybe each of the panelists must have the opinion on each of the issues, but could I ask from Dr. Tremblay? Yes.
Yeah, very shortly. So to raise the issue of Dr. Letroc, you're absolutely right about young people. In fact, you know better than I, you're an expert, but last year in Egypt, they have made a lot of space for young people, and appropriately too. So I think your comment was very appropriate. Thank you very much.
Then next, Dr. Wiggins.
I'd agree. I've got two young daughters, they're 10 and 11, and I know when I travel home and I talk about this conference with my 11-year-old particularly, she'll be saying, well, what did you do? We're talking about climate change. Okay, what's going to change as a result of what you did? And I think that kind of that response is one that we should probably all take into these decisions. What will change as a result of these statements? What do we need our political leaders to do? How can we as science communicators, as scientists, as policymakers, help politicians respond to that urgency that we get from that youth voice? Because it is actually absolutely spot on. We need to be thinking about what positive action will happen as a result of this, not just the good discussions that we'll have.
Thank you. And
thank you very much. And at the end of this meeting, and I'd like to emphasize again the importance of the integration. During the discussion, all people emphasize the importance of integration because of the problems we face. They are so comprehensive and so wide variety. So I don't need to repeat the same thing, but I think that the one of the important outcome from our discussion is the focusing on the importance of the integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Dr. Koike, please.
Okay, thank you very much to big comment. And I think with regard to the facilitator, we need to consider that function scalable. From the local residential level or individual level, local residential level, municipality, province, national, regional, global. At each level, we need to work partly as a facilitator. So and also such a function need to be strengthened. And data and information system that can support this communication, and also the integration of the scientific knowledge. So I think both are very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And now we have run out of time, so I would like to close this panel discussion part. And I sincerely appreciate the big contribution of the panelists and the audiences. And finally, I would like all the audience to give a big hand to the panelists. Thank you very much. And thank you. Now I will return the microphone to the Secretariat.
Thank you so much for the valuable contribution and interesting discussion. This concludes the session on climate change. So we move on to the health session. And I forget to convey important information on joint statement. For hard copies, the joint statements are available after lunch at reception desk. For online participants, joint statements are available on the Science Council of Japan website. So please access the Science Council of Japan website. So please wait for a moment for the next session. Thank you. The second session is on health. First of all, I would like to ask Professor Koriyama, Professor, Graduate School of Medical and Dental Sciences, Kagoshima University, who has taken the lead in writing the joint statement on health, to give an introduction. Please give in Professor Koriyama.
Good afternoon, or maybe good morning, and good afternoon, and good evening for the online participants, everyone, and very welcome to Japan from the abroad. So the title of this year's joint statement on health is delivering better health and well-being of older people through wisdom sharing and innovation. So I'm Chihaya Koriyama from the Writing Subcommittee of Science Council of Japan. The members of the writing subcommittees on the Japanese side are introduced on this slide. So Professor Arai, the chair of this subcommittee, and Professor Yamada are unfortunately absent today because of the official work of their institute. So Professor Iijima and Professor Wake, so they will join the panel discussion of this session later. On behalf of the subcommittee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all colleagues of G-Science Academies for the time and the tremendous efforts that went into the preparation of this joint statement. For many years, we, humans, have dreamed of having access to rejuvenation and immortality medicine. But unfortunately, so that dream has only come true in the world of fairy tales so far. So however, life expectancy has steadily increased. The average life expectancy in the world has doubled since 1900 and continues to increase. Today, Japan has the longest life expectancy in the world, as you know. But do you know what the average life expectancy of Japanese just after World War II? It was 54 years for women and 50 years for men. In about 75 years, we have succeeded in extending life expectancy by more than 30 years. The same is true in other regions, including developing countries. The fact that the whole world is moving toward an aging society raises new disparities and problems. As we enter this major demographic transition, there is a need to achieve a society in which an increasing number of people can enjoy health, well-being, and independence throughout their lifespans to the fullest extent, as highlighted by the goals of the United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging. Recent complex changes in human demographics represent a global challenge to our future. Aging may constitute a self-amplifying social inequalities, and consequently, a factor of social destabilization. Also, various measures have taken to prepare for population aging. A super-aged society still faces many issues. G7 countries with an advanced aging population have an exceedingly important role to play. So therefore, it is essential to adopt innovative, scientific, public health, and technological approaches to provide lasting solutions to the challenges of aging. And we have developed these recommendations. The 4 pillars of the recommendations are first, to improve our understanding of the complexity of aging biology and the diversity of aging trajectories. Second, to promote the construction of comprehensive healthcare system. Third, to promote successful lives and proactive social participation by older people. Lastly, to improve the socioeconomic status and well-being of caregivers and increase the efficiency and quality of care. The first pillar is about research on aging and its diversity. Since lifestyle is related to aging, a healthy lifestyle from childhood is important. It's also important to extend healthy life expectancy by advancing research on the biological mechanisms of aging. Furthermore, we aim to characterize biomarkers for the control of very early aging and to develop personalized prevention strategies for aging. New knowledge will continue to be important for maintaining and promoting independence in the old people. This includes new drug strategies targeting aging biology. The second pillar is about the healthcare system. Economic and social disparities are important determinants of health, and policies to address these issues should be promoted. In addition, programs that maximize the maintenance and improvement of individual capacities through effective health promotion from early age should be promoted. And we also need the promotion evidence-based approaches to frailty. Global access to new technologies of the digital age, such as IT, AI, and robotics, should be supported. In doing so, however, we must also prevent the emergence of the oligopolistic corporate structures. As we experienced and learned a lot from the COVID-19 pandemic, building a strong public health system will continue to become increasingly important to prevent infectious diseases. We should promote comprehensive care systems for dementia and impaired life functioning, and healthcare services that utilize advanced technologies as tools for more accessible care. The third pillar is about a society in which the old people can participate proactively. We aim to realize comprehensive and integrated community care. A comprehensive and symbiotic society in which all people can make use of their experience and knowledge is important. And investment in educational programs that promote the adoption of new technologies by old people will also be necessary. Integrated community care centers should be developed as hubs for social prescriptions, as well as providing places for multi-generational gatherings and interactions. So we also need to promote the development of sustainable smart houses and new transportation services to meet diversifying lifestyles and needs. The last pillar is a recommendation regarding the situation of caregivers. Legal migration policies regarding caregivers need to be established, and educational programs for workers need to be promoted. And political flexibility is needed to facilitate such policies. The physical and emotional burden of caregivers is a serious issue, and a solution is desirable as soon as possible. Promotion of caregiving technologies is important to reduce the burden on caregivers and to improve the efficiency of caregiving. We need to build a system that understands and reduces the burden of family caregiving to prevent social isolation of family caregivers, and to provide them with means, emotional, and financial support. We aim to create a society in which caregivers from diverse backgrounds can participate proactively and receive necessary socio-legal protection. Focus should also be placed on the role of professionals who support caregivers. So we hope that G7 countries will attach importance to this joint statement and take action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we would like to ask for keynote speeches from each country in this session as well. First of all, I would like to start with Dr. Alan Fisher, President of the French Academy of Sciences. Dr. Fisher, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Alain Fischer. I've been elected president of the French Academy of Science 1 month ago, so I'm brand new here. So what I would like to do is to briefly illustrate the rationale on which the recommendations you just heard about, thanks to the Science Council of Japan to have put them together, has been built. So how can I process with slides? Yeah. So to start with, to illustrate the point, I'd like to present a few figures. First, as you can see from this slide, in 2050, there will be twice more people in the world aged above 65. And the good news, as already mentioned, is that life expectancy has progressed by 20 years since 1960. But of course, then there is the concern that the ratio, and I will illustrate it further, between the number of working age people and people above the age of 65 has decreased from, on average, in the world, something like 12 down to 4. And if we now go into the future, it's very clear that there will be an increase in health expenses, of course, not strictly speaking as a function of aging, but of course, this is very much influenced by aging. And for the countries with high income, it has been estimated in a recent publication that whereas in 2016 we were expending 10.8, well, say 11% of our GDP for health, it will go up to something like 13% in 2050, which is, of course, per se a concern. A few more illustrations. These are French data, but just to see, and this does not require much explanation. So this is the distribution of age along the last 200 years in France. You can see very clearly, and I know it's the same in the other countries from the G7, that the proportion of people above the age of 65 has increased from 6 to 21%. And if we look further to the people who were more than above 85, it was 0.2% in 1816, when Napoleon disappeared, to 3.4% now. No relationship with Napoleon. Well, though, maybe more interesting, this is a recent study from France, but I guess it's representative. That's what's going on in all our 7 countries. This is the life expectancy for people who are age 65. So you can see, first of all, in yellow and green, you have the life expectancy for men and women, which is slightly increasing. But more interesting, I think, are the next 4 curves, the red, blue, orange, and green, respectively, that shows life expectancy of people in relatively good health for the first 2, or in good health, strictly speaking, for the last 2. And it is quite interesting to see that there is still a significant improvement. So this is important to see that there are more and more people healthy above the age of 65, which has major implications in terms of societal decisions in order to make these people remain active in our societies. I think this is critical. So the conclusion from this figure is that life expectancy in good health is progressing more rapidly than life expectancy. Although, of course, as I already mentioned, if we consider now the ratio between old age people and people of working age, our countries are within the red circle. That is, this is the so-called super age population where this ratio is declining, and which is a major concern in terms of social organization. So despite the fact that there are more people who are both old and healthy, there are obviously also more people with chronic conditions, and this is just an illustration of this point taken from a review published a few years ago, when you can see obviously that people, the older they are, the more medical conditions they have, and this is obviously the basis for the need to develop care, adapted care for these aged people. One obvious example is the development of dementia and other neurological disorders that is extremely high in increment with age, but also this population above the age of 65 and especially above the age of 75, they are more vulnerable to a number of external aggressions, from pandemics to heat waves, already mentioned, and other expositions. And this is overall made much worse by poverty. So the societal and social aspects have to be taken into account. Just to illustrate the point about COVID-19, these are the French data from the first wave of COVID-19 in spring 2020, where you see the number of people who required hospitalization of the left-hand side panel, and on the right-hand side panel, the people who died from COVID-19, and you see as this is very well known, the exponential growth in terms of figures for both items with age, and this doesn't need much further comment, but it illustrates the point of frailty of aged people. So if I now turn shortly to biology, it has already been mentioned rightly that there is a need to pursue research to understand biology of what's going on during aging. Very shortly, a few points. What is obviously there is an increased genomic instability with accumulation of somatic mutations, because our DNA repair systems are not perfect. So we accumulate DNA damage, and this is correlated with age. Interestingly speaking, it has been shown recently in a study where somatic mutations in cells from the gut, these are the only one we can at the moment study, are accumulating the same rate of mutations at the age at which different animals are dying. If you compare here the situations for dog, humans, and mouse, you see that they have approximately, say, human at the age of 80 has per cell has accumulated 4,000 mutations, whereas a mouse will have accumulated the same amount of mutations approximately at the age of 2 to 3 years. So it looks like there is a strong correlation between somatic mutations in cells and the life expectancy. So perhaps we can say that this is likely linked to intrinsic DNA repair capacity and that we are doing better than mice, but there are limitations which are limiting our life expectancy. So overall, besides genomic instability, we can mention the shortening of telomeres, epigenetic alterations, mobilization of transposons from our genome, loss of tissue elasticity, accumulation of senescent cells, and all of these findings that have been shown in the context of aging are associated with inflammation. And this is important. This has been stressed in many research papers recently because it offers perhaps pharmaceutical intervention to try to slow down this process, at least when they occur too early. And of course, cancer is another dimension of aging. Just to illustrate this point again, this is a very recent study that shows that where tissues become less elastic, which is typically what's going on in aging, this is inducing a given inflammatory process, I will not detail here, related to molecules, the names are shown on this slide, that led to the production of many pro-inflammatory signals that are deleterious for aged people. So today, probably we have to consider in the field of biological research on aging to focus the analysis of syndromes of accelerated aging, including genetic diseases, the regulation of DNA damage in aging, the pathways of inflammaging, so how inflammation is induced and what patterns of inflammation and the different mechanisms of senescence, with the goal to develop potential pharmaceutical agents able to slow down again aging in people when it goes pathological. Measurement of health in aging people is, of course, extremely important for early detection of degenerative diseases and early intervention as much as we can, and to measure dependency. And, of course, overall, we need the development of large cohorts, and probably international collaboration on that is very important, and with also analyzing intervention in groups of aged people. So to finish with, I'd like to mention that today, medically speaking, we are able to treat certain conditions associated with aging, like hypertension, diabetes. Others, we focus on vaccination, which is important. Somehow we can care on sensory impairment, which is, of course, a key aspect of aging, and non-medical intervention, you know very well. I'm not going to read that. All of them are key and can be implemented if the health organization is good enough. For tomorrow, we may think of more pharmacological intervention, as I mentioned, and of course, many other non-medical aspects that will be further developed by Professor Marcuzzo are to be considered in terms of including infrastructure, to consider aging people more than by stage of how they are doing, rather than by, strictly speaking, age, adapted housing, transportation, access to digital technology with training and education of the people. These are all of the multiple facets of intervention, but this will be further discussed after me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fischer, President Fischer. Next, I would like to ask Professor Maria Cristina Malukuzzo, Foreign Secretary of Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei, to give a keynote speech. Professor Malukuzzo, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank the Japanese colleague for their excellent work, but especially for the collaborative effort they have shown in this process. We've been spending many times and many hours together, and we really appreciate the collaborative and attentive attitude that they had in this process. So if these documents are good, it's their responsibility, but also our merit to have done this collaboration. As it was mentioned earlier by Alan Fisher, I will concentrate on social economic consequences of superage. I'm an economist by training, and so I will speak of things that I know a little bit of. The excellent presentation by Alan Fisher, I think, is enough for the medical aspect. So let me start with what have already been said, but I like to repeat it. The complex changes in human demography are really transforming the climate. It's not just the climate that transforming the planet, but also the changes in our human demography. Again, something has been said, but let me repeat it. The population age 65 and over is expected to increase from 10% currently to 16% by 2050. And additionally, population aged over 80 is expected to triple in the next 30 years. So the need to provide elder care and sustain social cohesion in an aging population as their birth rate and working age population decline rapidly. So we have this need that we need to be faced, that need to be addressed. So who will provide such care? Who will be in charge of solving or helping to solve these problems? Obviously, we have limitation of family-based care provision for several reasons that need not to be repeated here, but that, and especially the burden on women in taking care of all this issue. This is something that need to be taken care of. So what are the key, sorry for the typo, the key issue, it seems to me, is which is the overall setup which might be needed to respond to these challenges. The aging of population represent something that need to be addressed, especially also by families who are taking care of these issues. And so we have to ask ourselves how we are going to work on a national long-term care system. And the fact that the population aging, the increased mobility, some of them have been mentioned by Alan Fisher earlier on, and changes in family composition entail high economic and social costs that needs to be addressed as well. So investment is needed in new infrastructure for home care and for the diversified residential care for the multiple type of clients and assistance. So what are the, very briefly and very, in a way, not certainly deeply analyzed, but just to list them, which are the economic and social factors which are important here in these issues. One is certainly eminent among those, and is the economic and social inequalities. These are certainly very important in explaining how health problems are distributed in the population. So there are at least two dimensions of the social and economic determinants of health. Improvement in social factors that determine health, and these are those that I will try to say a little bit more, but also the equal distribution of those factors. These factors are not distributionally equally in population. And this, I think, are the thing I would like to say something briefly. Among the social determinants, I think the more important are education and literacy, and social support and coping skills. Among the economic determinants of health, I think the most important are obviously income and social status and employment and working conditions. These seems to me the items that have a major role in explaining the health problem situation. Now, I said a little bit, I just mentioned that we need investment, but investment in what? Again, I cannot go very deep into the issue, but I like to list what I think are the important investment areas. Certainly, innovative technologies, and I think that Japan is having a leading role in investment in health-related technology. And this is an important source also of public demand and offer great potential for development if it is coordinated with the research sector and the production sector. So we need to have technology integrated with research and with production sector. And as an economist, I would like also to add that investing in care produces large employment effects, helping, among other things, to reduce various inequality in employment. And I just mentioned two, gender and ethnicity. And the example from the robot industry, I think, are telling in this respect, because they can enable a better quality of life for older people with significant cost saving in health and social care, but also they can help creating a strong industrial basis in an aging society. So there is also these consequences in terms of employment and so forth. Now, let me get to the health worker problem. Obviously, health workers play a central role in the health system. There has been an estimate shortfall of 10 million healthcare workers by 2030, primarily, of course, in low and middle income countries. The inequitable distribution is aggravated as physicians are increasingly migrating to higher income countries in search of improved working conditions, better career opportunities. But as health workers arrive in high income countries, they face also problems, antisocial hours, shift patterns that are antithetical to family life, high level of stress, for example. And so many health workers suffer from a lack of job satisfaction and moral injury as frustration builds, as being constrained and unable to care for patients holistically. So there is also the problem of migration related to this issue. There is a continued role that immigration, especially I gather in Europe and the United States, I'm not sure you have the same problem in Japan, but certainly it is a major issue in Europe and in the United States. It's the role that immigration plays in addressing workforce shortages. If this is the fact, we need to understand the complexity of the migration cycle, the range of agreements, code and convention that relate to the migration of such workers. In many countries, domestic care workers still fall outside of labor code and protection. Migrant health and care workers may start off or be integrated within the health sector directly. However, some of them remain in the domestic sector. And so while some migrant care workers remain in the informal domestic sector, those who can transition to the health sector may require additional bridge training. So let me get closer. So what we are recommending in our statement, that we try to develop age-friendly communities. Cities and community have a key role in enabling people to live longer and healthier lives while fostering fairer and more sustainable society. Age-friendly community might have, for example, accessible and safe road and transport infrastructure, barrier-free access to buildings and houses, and public seating and sanitary facilities, among other things. Age-friendly city communities also enable people to stay active, keep connected, and contribute to their community's economic, social, and cultural life. An age-friendly city can foster solidarity among generations, which is very important, the role of young here as well, facilitating social relationship between residents of all age. So the conclusion, I think the S7 document recommendation, I would like to stress, build a new social support system that promote successful lives and proactive participation by older people through the use of a wide range of community-based programs and advanced technology. And finally, improve the social economic status and well-being of formal and informal caregiver and increase the efficiency and quality of care through technology innovation, but most important of everything else is adequate support system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Marguzzo. We'd like to move on to a discussion based on the keynote speeches. Professor Iijima, Professor Institute for Future Initiatives, the University of Tokyo, and Professor Waka, Professor Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Tokyo Metropolitan University, who are involved in making the joint statement, will join us as panelists. If you have any questions from YouTube, please use the comment function to write them down. For the audience in the hall, please raise your hand if you have any questions. We would also like to ask Professor Koriyama to lead the discussion. Professor Koriyama, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your participation and giving of keynote, wonderful keynote lectures. And so we would like to move on the panel discussion. Professor Iijima and Professor Wake will join us. And so I would like to ask two Japanese professors to comment on this joint statement first. And after that, we will have some questions to guest speakers. So, if any. Okay, so Professor Iijima.
Okay, thank you very much for Chairman. So my name is Katsuya Iijima from the University of Tokyo. So I'm belonging into the Institute of Gerontology and the Institute for Future Initiatives. So basically, so I am a medical doctor. So my major is geriatric medicine. And then, so in the making this proposal regarding the health, so I made the part 1 and part 2. So I'd like to mention my focus. So basically, so you know, so Japan is facing the super aged society. So this super aged society still have many health and social issues that need to be resolved. And then, so I guess so we have to achieve the society in which an increasing number of people can enjoy health and well-being and dependence throughout their lifespans to the fullest extent. And then, so I guess, so these G7 countries, including Japan, so these G7 countries have advanced aging population and a long history of implementing the various healthcare measures for older peoples. So these G7 countries, I guess, so have to have extremely important role of play. And then, so basically, so you know, so WHO's definitions of health as inclusive for individual and healthy society includes social relationships. as Professor Maria so mentioned in last presentation, so social factor is very, very important for keeping the health. And then, so in the making this proposal and suggestions regarding health, so I would like to emphasize a couple of my message. So in the part one, so we have already set up the titles, improved our understanding of the complexity of aging biology and the diversity of aging trajectories for sustainable solutions to the challenges of global population aging. So I would like to emphasize the first one is increase healthy lifespan and promote the independence of older peoples. So I guess we have to implement the educational policies for healthy lifestyles. So it means healthy literacy. And then, so I guess we have to provide the proper environment. So I guess we have to provide proper environment to human populations that facilitates healthy aging. And then, so in the part 2, section 2, so we our title is promotes the construction of the comprehensive healthcare systems that integrate the evidence-based and tailor-made disease and frailty prevention. So today, so I also want to emphasize again. So first one is so we have to recognize the importance of the determinants of health, so particularly so economic and social inequalities, so as Professor Maria presented. And then, so we have to implement the public health approaches across the life courses. And then, so second point is maximize. We have to maximize the preserving and So maximize the preserving and improving the capacities by not only good disease management, but also so effective health promotion from the very, very earliest phases. For example, the childhood, and then so third one is I would like to emphasize the importance of bolstering the widespread awareness of evidence-based approaches for the identification and prevention of frailty. So so in these 3 years, so we had very, very restricted the physical and community activities due to the COVID-19 pandemics. And then, so yes, so I want to emphasize that we have to establish the robust public health system to prevent the spread of infectious disease and public health educations to address the vaccine hesitancy. And then, so I know, so we have to cope with the accurate online and other tools to maintain the community communication and physical activity. So yes, so we, I guess, so we have to bottom up the robust public health systems. And next one is we have to establish the comprehensive and long-term care systems. So this long-term care system is highly receptive to dementia and declining daily functions. And so, yes, so having an evidence-based responsive medical and social care system appropriate to the culture and means of any given society through life courses approaches. So this social care system is ideas to enable people to pursue their own daily lives meaningfully. And so final one is I guess so we have to recognize the importance of the to ensure the healthcare services using the advanced technologies, such as information and communication technologies. So we can say the ICT and robotics. So I guess so these advanced technologies, such as ICT, so we have to coping with more. Yes, that is my comment is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Iijima. Based on your expertise, so would you like to ask something to? Baby. So first, I would like to ask the Professor Wake her comment first, and then later we will discuss.
Thank you, Professor Koriyama, and thank you, Professor Fisher and Marcuzzo, for presenting the keynote speeches today, which are very excellent. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself very briefly. I'm Junko Wake, professor at Tokyo Metropolitan University, and my specialty is social gerontology and social work, and I am a member of Social Sciences and Humanities Division of Science Council of Japan. And because of the time limitation, I will very briefly but point out 3 issues and maybe raise questions to maybe Professor Marcuzzo or audience. The first one, very important concern, is that both formal and informal caregivers are not properly valued by society, maybe almost everywhere. And their low social status and inadequate economic status, inadequate economic rewards have led to a shortage of human power as caregivers. What measures can be taken to improve the status of formal and informal caregivers? That's my first questions. And the second concern is immigration policy. The complexity of the dynamics of migration pathways for health and care workers, as Professor Marcuzzo pointed out, is a challenge that many countries are currently facing. And of course, the situation is different for health workers and care workers. In the documentation we proposing, particularly we mentioned issues with regard to care workers. the need for education and legal and social protections for them was much more needed, mentioned. And above all, care is an act for people, not a business for goods. I believe that a more humanistic perspective is required, but the reality is that this is not the case. In the area of health and care work, I think, of course, the flexible migration policies are inevitable, but a higher level of regulation is required to protect both caregivers and those who receive care. And what are your views on this issue? And the third point is about age-friendly communities and inclusive societies for all. No one would deny the concept of age-friendly communities, and some of the world cities have declared themselves to be age-friendly communities and are working on various issues, but it is not enough. What are the factors preventing its realization? What more can be done to encourage these initiatives and to promote social participation of elderly and others who can be easily socially excluded? So there are three questions that I would like to raise. And another thing, that is the point that maybe I can add, since Professor Marcuzio raised the issue of long-term care in your presentation, and which we could not fully include it in the presentation. And I just very briefly introduce our experiences in Japan. In our country, in Japan, the public long-term care insurance system has been enforced since year 2000, and making the long-term care services available regardless of income, and just depends on the level of care needed. And the care manager, every user can have care manager who has a national license, and they do make assessments and coordinate necessary services and monitor the situations and make care plans and work with other service providers in the region. And I think the important point is that we need socially based, solidarity-based scheme or system, such as social insurance in long-term care, which is, I think it's incredible initiative and only unique in only a couple of countries in the world. So that's one thing that I would like to add. That's all for my comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Wake. So since the time is limited, so she raised three questions. Would you like to give a comment or answer? Yes, Professor Marcozzo.
I would like to start off by saying these are very, very important questions that can be answered from an economic point of view, or I think more interesting for a cultural point of view, okay? From the economic point of view, I think that it boils down to incentives. I mean, is our society, is our market society providing enough incentives for the issue? The answer is obviously no, because health, like education, are what we economists call public goods, namely that the market is not equipped to provide in sufficient quality and quantity. So the first issue is the health system should be a private or a public good provider. And this, I think, makes a lot of difference whether, like, for instance, in some countries you have to put aside a lot of money in the case you have an illness, or you are in a society in which provision are made also for having the health be provided publicly. So this is the question about incentive and this has to do with providing the health or a private or public system. Coming to the informal and formal health worker, it is certainly true they have very little social status. I'm afraid this, in my country at least, has to do with the fact that most of this is done by women at home, what we call the Mediterranean care system, mainly. It's not like pizza and spaghetti, but that women are expected to care for the elderly, like in most, shall we say. And so this is, again, one way to say that there's no social status in doing this. It's just expected that, and I gather this happens also in other countries. And this is linked to this factor which I call cultural. I think Japan and certainly Mediterranean country, we respect old people. You know, old people are respected and they are considered something that you don't put away when, you know, they are not functional. I'm afraid this is not the case in other countries. You know, I won't name them, but I know that in some country when you old and not functioning, they put you somewhere, and that's it. And this is something to do again with culture. I mean, how we have the ability to consider all people a value for society, not just a burden. And this, of course, depends very much how, as it was mentioned, it's very difficult if you have dementia, if you have Alzheimer, to show any use to society. But that doesn't mean, as it was well said, they are still people, not just goods that can be put away. So I'm not sure whether I have answered all your questions, but this seems to be the basic issue. I would like to repeat them, whether we are having a private or a public health system, whether all people are part of a cultural value of a society, and third, where the burden of care should not be entirely left to women in the house with no recognition, no pay, and not even respect for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask some questions from the floor. Yes, please. Some microphone, please.
So sorry, I think getting the microphone took longer than my question. Quick one. We heard from Alain the wonderful data on the growth of healthy longevity. But yet in my own country, I note that the nominal retirement age when you are eligible for benefits, also Medicare health benefits, has not changed. And this is an inevitable problem in which as societies become more advanced and more comfortable, the birth rate goes down. So what we're seeing in Japan, in France, in many other advanced nations is going to be happening globally, where a smaller portion of the population is being expected to take care of their aging people. Should we be indexing the age at which you are eligible for these retirement benefits to the advancement in healthy lifespan so that we can unburden some of the young people from taking care of the elderly?
So, would you like to answer? Yeah, Professor Wake? Yeah, probably this is your specialty.
Okay, I'm not the expert of social security system, but in Japan, for example, there is debate. Currently, age 65, okay, is the point that you can be fully eligible for the pension. But now, I think the government also start to say the age 70 can be the options, and older people maybe need to work, and actually they are working until the age of 70 or 75 if they are healthy enough, and they are willing to work also in our culture. So I think age 70 might be an option in the near future, but personally I think the flexibility, I mean, people can choose because the situation, health situation, and the personal commitment or value are different from person to person. So you can delay the age of receiving a benefit, maybe age 70 or 75, but have some incentives. For example, you receive more when you start receiving later. So that kind of modification of the pension system might be very, I think, possible, but not everybody agree. But I think the government are really thinking of to make the system sustainable in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. One more. Yes. Okay. So this will be the last questions.
Thank you very much. I come from the Indian National Science Academy, and we're organizing the S20. Now, this health aging is a very important issue, and it's a part of our overarching theme that we have on universal holistic health. I think what we need to do, and I come from the medical background, the issue of dementia. The issue of dementia and decline in daily functioning. I think this is one area, as the aging is approaching, we need to have a comprehensive approach of developing joint integrated approach between S7 and S20. By the way, the S7 are all part of the S20 as well, and develop new technologies, new therapies, and what my friend from France said, about a digital technology probably and biomarkers of this. I think this is an issue as a health expert I feel that we're going to face much more in the years to come.
Okay, thank you very much. So Professor Fisher, so would you like to, yes.
Yeah, of course, I of course agree with your comments. Perhaps I just take advantage of having the microphone to say one thing, that we want the people able to stay active as long as they can and to adapt their social activities, and perhaps, for instance, in mentorship, which is probably something that people above the age of 65 who are doing well can do in many different areas of working life. But I think there is a complexity. We heard about biology, about medicine, about public health, about robotics, about IT, about transportation, about architecture, about very important social and economical issues. So this goes into many, many areas of our society. So I think we need at both from the local level to the global level, as it was discussed earlier about the climate, we need coordination. And we need to convince our politicians that they have to coordinate the many different actions that have to be taken in very different areas in order to improve the condition of the people who are aging.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to add?
Just a brief comment about retirement age. As you know, in Europe, in France, in Italy, if you are a university professor at 65, you're off. You have to go. I think Germany is the same. 68, whatever, 68. In Italy, 70 and so forth. Well, in the United States, you can die on the job, right? So the question is whether the system is sustainable from the point of view of the pension system. And this is one issue. The other issue about giving space, giving room to the young people. This is just a fake news. I mean, for every professor who retire in Italy, we don't have exactly the same number of young people to be employed, because this is part at least in a public education system, shrinking the amount of money. So it gives the opportunity to the government to shut down department and to shut down with the argument. So I think is one issue that needs to be addressed. One is the sustainability of the pension system. The other, as Alan said, flexibility. Some people at 65 are very active, some are very bored and they want just to retire. So we need to have flexibility, but also we need to understand that this idea that if you have a lot of retirement, you have young people get in. This is not happening, not at least in the health or education system.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, the time is up. I'm sorry, my poor time management. As Professor Fisher mentioned, to solve this complex problem issues. So this session is a health, but we need more the professionals from the variety fields to solve these complex issues, I think. Okay, once again, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the participants and everyone who contributed to the writing of this joint statement on health. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much for the discussion. So before the lunch break, we would like to have once more a photo session with all international guests. So the participants from G7 academies and International Science Council and Global Young Academy and Indian Science Academy, please come to the stage. Thank you for waiting for a few minutes. We are starting the third session. The third session is on ocean and its biodiversity. First of all, I would like to ask Professor Harada, Professor, Atmosphere and Ocean Research Institute, the University of Tokyo, who has taken the lead in writing the joint statement on ocean and its biodiversity, to give an introduction. Please give him Professor Harada.
Thank you very much. Come back here. Hello, everyone. So I am Naomi Harada, the University of Tokyo, and I am chair of the G-Science 2023 Ocean Writing Subcommittee, Science Council of Japan. And Professor Nishimoto, Professor Okoshi, Professor Yasuda, and me wrote the draft of these recommendations. First of all, I deeply appreciated the national academies of G-Science, G7 countries for their very important and fruitful comments and suggestions on this first draft. And thanks to that very nice support, we were able to finalize the recommendations of our ocean and its biodiversity. The entitled is Restoration and Recovery of the Ocean and its Biodiversity. The ocean and its biodiversity are a frontier and full of the unknown. More than 90% of marine species yet to be described. So we need to deepen scientific knowledge involving that, the ocean and the diverse marine life that inhabits it themselves. How the ocean and the marine life are changing in the context of rapid global environmental change. The important role of marine ecosystems that play in restoring and maintaining a healthy global environment. How the ocean and its ecosystem are complex systems that interact on a number of scales in time and space. There are long-term mechanisms, including the evolution. We, as human society has received lots of essential benefits and services from the ocean and its biodiversity, including that weather and climate mitigation by absorbing heat and atmospheric carbon dioxide, food and security, cultural and recreational opportunities, and our health and well-being. In order to maintain the vital role and rich biodiversity of the ocean into the future, essential actions of managing the impacts of human activities on the ocean and protecting the oceans are required. However, the oceans and its biodiversity are facing various concerns. Anthropogenic climate change has caused at extremely fast rate rising water temperatures and sea levels, increased stratification and ocean acidification, more frequent and intense extreme events such as storm surges, and potential major collapse in biodiversity. Human activities have also caused blocking or creating unsafe passages, the species migrations, the invasion of alien species, and lots of marine pollution. Therefore, the G7 governments must work to conserve, restore, and recover the ocean and its biodiversity, focusing on efforts on international commitments described here. Our recommendation is categorized into three: to restore and recover, to create a sustainable marine environment, and to achieve long-term success in restoring and recovering. This is the first recommendation one, to not only conserve but to further restore and recover the ocean and its biodiversity, take measures to end illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, control large-scale commercial trawling and deep-sea trawling, eliminate ghost fishing gear, and prevent overfishing, to shift towards sustainable fishing practices. Ensure that fisheries management measures are adaptive and based on the best available and real-time scientific information and knowledge. Strengthen regulation to prevent alien species invasions associated with fisheries and shipping, and ensure their enforcement. Provide financial incentives and support to respond to socio-economic challenges related to the loss of marine biodiversity, including in small island, developing states, empower low-income states to conserve, restore, and recover ecosystems, to support sustainable social systems, and to improve ocean literacy and research capacity. Promote the further establishment of marine protected areas, MPAs, and other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs. Based on scientific evidence, ensure that MPAs and OECMs are effective, well connected, and well enforced, and that all stakeholders participate in their establishment. implement frameworks for adaptive management based on a scientific analysis of monitoring and observation results. The recommendation 2 is to create a sustainable marine environment, develop a roadmap for decarbonization in line with Paris Agreement and G7 climate goals to ensure that actions toward carbon neutrality are implemented. One key action is increasing ocean carbon sinks and introducing mitigation and adaptation measures. Ensure that comprehensive assessments are conducted before and after the implementation of climate mitigation and adaptation technology to evaluate and mitigate any potential negative effects on the marine environment. Encourage efforts to spread awareness and improve literacy in society on climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable use of marine resources to societies. Adopt a comprehensive ecosystem-based approach to the management of the coastal marine environment, including the effects of agricultural runoffs and other terrestrial pollutants, and establish clear governance structures. Advance international cooperation in setting international rules and standards to prevent marine pollution, including land-based source, and significantly reduce regional and transboundary pollution. Eliminate all subsidies and incentives that are harmful to marine ecosystems and biodiversity, including buried infrastructure and agriculture subsidies that lead to nutrient, pesticide, and antibiotics pollution in terrestrial ecosystem that is a major contributor to pollution in coastal ecosystems, in addition to aquaculture. This is final recommendation to achieve long-term success in conserving, restoring, and recovering the ocean and its biodiversity. Increase support for monitoring observations of ecosystems, species, and genetic diversity using standard methods. Enhance human resource development for marine survey research and foster students and early career scientists by increasing the fund required for field research and survey, and the costs required for field survey research security. Promote open science and data-driven sciences by strengthening global observation networks, and enhance, maintain, and manage marine biodiversity database with stable financial resources, promote integrations, centralization, visualization, and publication. Finally, I conclude my presentation by emphasizing the interconnectedness between land and ocean. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Harada. So we would like to start this session with a keynote speech from a representative of each academy. First, I would like to ask Professor Dr. Gerald Haugu, the President of the German National Academy of Sciences, Leopoldina. President Haugu, please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we've already heard, without a healthy ocean, there's no healthy planet, and there's probably a basic habitability problem also for us humans. So we've heard already the key recommendations. I don't repeat them here. First part was the restore and recover the oceans and its biodiversity. We do have already a big issue. Create a sustainable marine environment. And then we have seen the long-term aspects on conserving, restoring, and recovering the ocean and its biodiversity. What I thought to do as an ocean and climate scientist is give you a little spiel on what is happening to the CO2 and the carbon cycle in the ocean. So this is probably the single most important curve we have. You've all seen the Keeling curve, which is showing since the late 50s the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. That was a month ago. We are now at 420 ppm. When I was born in '68, it was 100 ppm less. And 100 ppm, just to give an example, is exactly the difference between an ice age and an interglacial. The last time we had 420 ppm in the atmosphere was 3 million years ago. It's called the Pliocene warm interval. When there was an ice-free northern hemisphere, sea level was 20 meters higher, and we had probably something like a permanent El Niño. If that would happen again, there would be no or little rainfall in much of Asia, which would affect 2 billion people. So there's a big problem. What we need to do is flatten this curve. We had 3 ppm per year by about 10 gigatons of carbon emissions, 40 gigatons of CO2. And since the Paris Climate Agreement, emissions are going up, higher than ever. We are not, at any track there is. And I think the next IPCC report will state that not only the 1.5 degree, but the 2 degree target has basically disappeared in 10 years or so. So what is the role of the ocean? This is the same curve we've just seen for the last 1,000 years. There are ice core measurements. There is the Keeling curve. And without the ocean, that curve would look different. It would go up to something like, at the moment, 540 ppm. The world would be already 2.5 degrees warmer. But the biggest friend we have is the ocean. It takes up 90% of the man-made heat and something like a quarter of man-made CO2. The other half taken up is the terrestrial biosphere, and 50% is accumulated in the atmosphere, warming the planet. So I want to talk about those ocean sinks very briefly to show what it means. So I'm one of those who deliberately chose an old IPCC report from 2007 that's ultimately important that we stay within the 2 degrees. I think we have 10 years of time to do so. We are at 1.2 degrees Celsius warming at the moment. We have to add to this the aerosols, which is dirt in the atmosphere, and a clean atmosphere is very important by 0.3, which is cooling. So if you have a clean atmosphere, we are already at 1.5. So I like to add this, and it's an important part of also having a healthy, habitable planet. At the moment, we are on track, and we've seen that clearly above 4 degrees Celsius, right, far, far away from the 2 degrees which we have agreed on in Paris. So this is a map of the ocean, and this is where you see the net sources and sinks. The sources are in red, and the sinks of CO2 are in blue. And just like a Coke bottle, which is cooler, the cooler you go towards the polar oceans, you should become bluer, this being a sink. But you already see now in the Southern Ocean and the subarctic Pacific, this is broken. So this is because we have 3 pumps, an alkalinity pump, a temperature pump, and a biological pump, which is probably the most important we have. And you see that the biology, particularly in the Southern Ocean and just off the coast here in the subarctic North Pacific, is turning red. How is it distributed, the CO2 in the ocean? This is a map which shows you 4.5 kilometer water depth, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific. The ocean is very dynamic, but it's also quite well stratified and has those exchange valves with North Atlantic deep water being formed and upwelled in the Southern Ocean and in the North Pacific to a great degree. What you see, this is the man-made CO2 in red, which is taken up mainly by the upper 500 meters of water column, right? The exchange valve from the deep is mainly the Southern Ocean and the Circumarctic Current. And you see that there is some red structure on top, and also the subarctic North Pacific. This depends on the physics of the ocean, the stratification of the ocean. So the next picture, and this is showing the deep ocean, which is the biggest storage of carbon, 60 times higher than the atmosphere. So, for example, an ice age is controlled by the exchange, mainly at the polar oceans, of CO2 through those valves. And that's depending on ocean circulation, and very much the most important aspect of ocean circulation is temperature and salinity. So we have a thermocline and a halocline. So if we change that, and temperature plays a key role, it changes the way of deep ocean and atmosphere CO2 exchange. We've heard that, of course, this is affecting the biodiversity mainly through ocean acidification. If you acidify the ocean, any carbonate organism is in trouble. So we will lose all the corals, we lose all from corals to phytoplankton to zooplankton at the surface of the ocean if we keep doing what we are doing, accumulating CO2. So this is now the picture of the deep ocean, and you see that going away from the Atlantic into the deep Pacific, you get more and more dissolved inorganic carbon, which is CO2, and that's about 60 times the concentration of the atmosphere. And you see basically, and this is the cause for the red in the Southern Ocean, if you look at the middle of the picture, this is the exchange valve. And you look at the North Pacific, and there so-called haloclines are key. In a 2 to 3 degree warmer world, this is what we see as paleoclimatologists, this valve was open. So it just could basically double the man-made impact if you reduce or take away those haloclines. This is what the IPCC models can see yet. They will do it in the next 2 or 3 generations. They work on that. So what would happen if you go too far above 2 degrees Celsius, let's say in the second half of the century, opening this valve, you could just double up the man-made impact, as we've just seen in the past. We call this a runaway heating effect. There are many, many others to talk about. This is actually the lovely Japanese drill ship, which we work a lot at Chikyu, which I'm happy to advertise the ocean drilling program here. So if we take this to an extreme, and I'm one who thinks about Earth's history a lot, this is the climate record of the past 70 million years. The top there, at about 50 million years ago, the atmosphere had something like 2,000 ppm of CO2. And then there was this long-term cooling, and you see at the very left, those big wiggles. These are the ice ages. The Pliocene warm interval from 420 ppm to 200 ppm, the ice age. If we burn everything we access cheaply, we can, within 2 centuries, this and the next century, go back 50 years in Earth's history. That's as dramatic as the man-made impact could be. So there would be an anthropogenic spike of carbon when we burn those 5,000 gigatons, which we can still get cheaply over mainly coal, but also oil and gas, and go back to 1,800 ppm. That's a nice free world. That's a world that was, the deep ocean 6 degrees, the atmosphere 12 degrees warmer. Sea level was 66 meters plus 6 from Greenland, 72 meters higher. Completely different world. It's slow, and we have topographies and so on. But this is about the impact we can have in 2 centuries. So it's really cynical to argue this has happened in the past. The Earth's history has never seen the same experience and we had over the past 60 years, which my colleague in Mainz, Paul Crutzen, called the Anthropocene. So what do we need to do? We need to cooperate. And we've seen how we can cooperate as scientists. But multilateral cooperation means also for our policymakers. If we don't start to put a price on CO2, treat it as garbage, basically, we'll not meet any climate target ever. At the moment, the CO2 price is at minus $150 because of all the subsidies, particularly for coal. It's ridiculous, basically. We need something of a plus $150, but it doesn't seem that our leadership is going anywhere, basically, right? So there's just a huge amount of dishonesty on the diagnosis, if you think of a doctor, which is probably us as a science team, and the therapy, which would be our politicians. And, with all the talk, there's very, very little action. So sure, we can, advise as much as you want, but I'll urge everyone in the room to convince our political leaders to go for the sharpest knives we have. And this comes from economy, this comes from a price. So I thank you very much, particularly the Japanese Science Council, for coordinating the Science 7 process. It was a delightful process, and I think we came up with 3 excellent statements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haugu. Next, we would like to ask Dr. Marcia McNutt, President of National Academy of Sciences, to give a keynote speech. Dr. McNutt, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and I'm really appreciative to the Japanese for the great leadership they've provided in this process. So let me start by saying that you've heard about the 3 recommendations here. I'm not going to go through them, but what I'd really like to do is concentrate on what I think are some of the solutions to the problems, and also talk specifically about communication. So first of all, for these 3 recommendations, restoring and conserving the oceans using MPAs, ending damaging fishing practices, enforcing regulations on invasive species, etc. That, of course, is something where I feel like we've seen some success yesterday with the announcement that there will be a UN High Seas Treaty that will set aside 30% of the ocean area for conservation. That is a huge step in the right direction, but the devil's in the details. There's still a lot to come. International cooperation and ecosystems-based management, counterproductive incentives. One thing I worry about is the way a lot of fishing is done. If we were to harvest animal protein on land, the same we do it in the ocean, it would be equivalent to bringing in a fleet of helicopters and from the air clear-cutting the forests in order to scrape up a few squirrels. And that's basically what we're doing in the ocean right now. So we have to change our process for harvesting the ocean. And then increasing support for ocean management through human capital development, innovation in ocean observing, and data sharing. I'd like to talk about that too. So first of all, I'm pleased to see what the correspondence is between this ocean statement and the UN Decade of the Oceans. It talks about science for a clean ocean, a healthy, resilient ocean, and a predicted ocean. I think those are fundamental to the statement that the G7's putting out. And those are the science, but I think what's important in communications is to do what the UN has done and do a cross-cut between what the science themes are with how society benefits. And here's how society benefits from those, if we could do those 3 scientific actions. Society would have a safe ocean, they would have a sustainably productive ocean, and they would have a transparent and accessible ocean. So I particularly want to talk about these societal outcomes and why they are so important. Well, first of all, on delivering a transparent and predictable ocean, the mantra that I learned as I was going through my ocean career is one from David Packard, in which he said, "Send instruments to sea, not people. Bring data, not samples." That is the only way we are going to scale our ocean observing to the problem at hand. We have to get the humans out of it, get the ships out of it, and get autonomous platforms and AI into the ocean. And I want to give you just one example from the time that I was at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. We did a survey in Monterey Bay using autonomous underwater vehicles, and they had AI incorporated into them. So all we said to the vehicles was go out of Monterey Bay and drive around until you see in this particular experiment, we were looking for iron upwelling that was going to fertilize the oceans. So we said, go around with your sniffers and look for iron in the ocean. Once you find it, do a survey in that area to map out the three-dimensional iron injection event that was fertilizing the ocean. And then once you've mapped it all out, go to the center of it where the iron is strongest, deploy your samplers, collect the water, and come on home. And that's exactly what the AUVs did. And I think this is anomalous or analogous to a really good hunting dog. If you're out hunting and you shoot a duck and that duck falls someplace but you don't know where, what do? You send out an autonomous sensor with sniffers on it so it can find your duck, and it knows enough to know that once it's found it, it grabs it and brings it back. And that's exactly what autonomous underwater vehicles can do today. Next, delivering on a sustainable and productive ocean. We want to create the triple bottom line here. And the triple bottom line is more fish in the sea, more fish for human consumption, with less effort per catch. And science has shown that that is exactly what marine protected areas do. And here you see the difference between the productivity of open access ocean, even marine protected areas that are only partially protected. They may only prevent certain activities versus full protection. And you see that full protection is actually the seed corn for the rest of the ocean. And that's why we have to deliver on this UN treaty. We also need to start taking early action on emerging ocean issues. Right now, most of fishing, it's kind of out of the barn. There's not much we can do except around the edges to change the amount of fish we're harvesting from the sea. But there are emergent issues like ocean energy, deep sea mining, enhanced carbon storage. We need to have the science right before we permit all those activities so that we don't create more problems like the ones we have of clear-cutting the seafloor in order to recover a little bit of protein. Next, on delivering on a safe ocean. This is where we need situational awareness. Here's a picture of the recent case that was in the news of a boat filled with migrants, without life jackets that ran aground offshore Italy, I believe it was, and 70 people or so died, and a few people survived. Well, I want to contrast the situational awareness that those people, those migrants, had on that boat crossing the Mediterranean than what each of us have every day on land. With my cell phone, I can get weather up to 10 days out with temperature, rain, wind, and major events. It comes to my cell phone, and it comes to everyone else's. I've got an app on my phone which gives me the Doppler radar that tells me exactly in my location to within a mile of what storms are coming and how fast they're coming in on me. I have earthquake early warning on my phone. If an earthquake happens somewhere, then as long as it's within 30 seconds away in terms of the arrival of the earthquake waves, I can take shelter. Japan has been, of course, a leader in earthquake early warning. I can get the traffic report and accident alert. So you imagine that migrant boat coming across the Mediterranean. Wouldn't they want to know the weather? Wouldn't they want to know the traffic in the area? Wouldn't they want to know where the shoals are? This is the kind of situational awareness we have on land that we don't have in the ocean. So we're not even giving sufficient tsunami warnings right now. So I think we need to bring the oceans up into the modern age, and having that ocean observing system along with these cell phone apps would certainly change that. And then finally, I wanted to talk about public awareness of ocean issues. How do we motivate people in Beijing or St. Louis to take action to ensure ocean health? People who don't live on the ocean still are very important to its health because, first of all, they vote. They eat things and may not eat other things. Which products they use, where they decide to live. It's very important that every citizen on this planet understand about the ocean. And the other two topics we had, health and climate change, I think we got those messages out. People understand about the threats to their health. They understand about the threats to the climate. But boy, if you're in the middle of a continent, you probably don't think about the ocean every day the way you think about climate and health. So we've got to do that. And I wanted to end with this quote from Baba Diom. In the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will love only what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught. So that's our job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. McNutt. So we would like to move on to a discussion based on the keynote speeches. Professor Sato Okoshiwaka, Professor, Graduate School of Agricultural Science, Tohoku University, and Professor Yasuda Nina, Professor, Graduate School of Agriculture and Life Science, University of Tokyo, who were involved in making the joint statement, will join us as panelists. We would also like to ask Professor Nishimoto, Professor, Graduate School of Law, Tohoku University, to lead the discussion. If you have any questions from the YouTube, please use the comment function to write them down. For the audience in the hall, please raise your hand if you have any questions. So Professor Nishimoto, please.
Thank you very much. So using the rest of the time allocated for this session, I would like to organize a brief panel discussion. And for this panel, I think the idea was to organize the discussions around two set of questions, which now you see on the slide. And the first question is mainly for the members of the drafting committee for the initial draft of the recommendations. And the question is there anything that you would like to add to highlight what you think is important contained in the recommendation? Question two is for the keynote speakers and also for the members. And I think it's also for everyone in this room or even outside this room. And so we have a set of recommendations. I think it's very easy to say, but sometimes it is very hard to take specific action. So since now we have this set of recommendations, I think there is still a question of how we can move forward. And if you have any good concrete suggestions, I think we will all benefit from your input. So that is question number two. So I would like to first start with the members of the drafting committee to address question one or two, or maybe also to comment on the keynote presentation. So I would like to start from the other end and would like to ask Professor Yasuda to give us comments. Please.
Thank you very much. I am Nina Yasuda from the University of Tokyo. My area of expertise is coral reef ecology, especially early life ecology of marine vertebrates, including corals and their predator cranial starfish. And And regarding question number 1, as a field researcher, I would like to emphasize the importance of the field research. Although there is a cutting technology in the ocean, and it's really, really important to explore the new field, the diving in the ocean and seeing what is happening in the field is, I think, is extremely important, and we have to emphasize that we have to nursing the human resource who can do this kind of field work. So with the first point I would like to emphasize is the importance of field research, but it's always we have problem in because it's always dangerous. So once we have an accident, it sometimes happens that we can no longer do any fieldwork research on education any more longer in that institute. That also happens in my university. But if we don't have any people who are familiar with fieldwork research, we cannot take any safety measures. We have no idea about how to safely conduct field research. So it continues human research, increasing the number of human researchers who can do this kind of field work would be important. And I also would like to say something about the biodiversity. I feel it's very, very difficult to explain the importance of biodiversity. But in my mind, I feel like biodiversity is a kind of a game of Jenga, a block game. We can remove the blocks each one by one, and for a while we can remove safely. Nothing happens. However, there comes a point where everything corrupts and it never returns again. So for this point, I think it's very important to encourage efforts to spread awareness and improve literacy and society on climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable use of marine resources to societies. And last point, the third point I would like to emphasize is the conservation, especially in the developing country, small island developing countries. As a field researcher, I dived in more than 30 countries in the last 20 years, and I was very shocked when I visited Marshall Island. There are more than 73% of the young people are unemployed. They have no job. And 1/3 of the industrial waste directly go to the ocean. So if I dive into the sea, I can find many of the electric appliances. So in this case, I think not only the financial support, but systematic and integrated international cooperation to make the sustainable life of the island people and biodiversity will be very important. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then next I would like to ask Professor Okoshi for her comments.
Thank you. I'm Waka Sato Okoshi at Graduate School of Agricultural Science, Tohoku University. Well, I'm a field worker, so I am conducting field research. And specifically, well, we are studying the impact of huge earthquake and tsunami, which occurred in 2011 for more than 12 years, well, almost 12 years passing. And not only the natural disturbances, but also the anthropogenic disturbances. For example, after the natural disturbances, well, after that, well, subsequent conservation projects start, and we have to pay attention to that too. Okay, And I'll also work on the alien species. Well, for the question 1, well, I think that the root of the recent global environmental problems and I'm sorry. And biodiversity, I'm sorry, the keyword, I forgot the keyword. Biodiversity loss seems to be the same. Well, I believe that the burden placed on nature, well, the negative impacts by humans, well, has, exceeded acceptable levels. And first of all, and I would like to repeat it and I would like to stress, because this is very important, that we, all of us, each of us, need to recognize the magnitude and importance of the benefits we receive from nature. And well, as I said, I'm a field worker, and well, sometimes field research is not attractive and time-consuming with few interesting discoveries. However, it is to understand nature of a long time scale, we need to accumulate a series of fundamental surveys, research, like monitoring, and monitoring of the long time, scale, and then discuss in a comprehensive manner. So, to understand nature, it is important to have a long-term perspective, and such a perspective is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you. Then next, I would like to invite some comments from Professor Harda. I think you provided us with a very detailed explanation of the recommendation itself, but if you have some points that you would also like to highlight, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nishimoto. So I'd like to respond on the first question. So last month, I organized one symposium on the United Nations of the Ocean Science UN Decade of Ocean. So at the symposium, we can how we on academic side we are able to promote the UN Decade of Ocean. So in this symposium, I learned about the artificial noise. The artificial noise is a vast issues for the fishes and marine mammals as compared with the global warming, ocean acidification, and other pollutions. So I didn't know about that artificial noise is such a terrible and worst problem for the marine organisms, because fishes, almost all fishes and marine mammals communicate with each other, releasing their sound. So the artificial noise is quite problem to communicate between species, each other. So I realized about the such artificial noise problems in that symposium. So I'd like to emphasize, so to continue the basic research, basic science knowledge is quite important, and also sharing the various stakeholders that such new informations to take new measure or to take new action. So I would like to emphasize about the importance of the research, basic science. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I thought I might stick to this role of the moderator, but I am also a member of the drafting committee, so I do have some comments to share. And the point I want to emphasize is that we do need to take concrete action. And I come from the background of the study of international law, so we do talk about rules all the time. But it doesn't suffice to have international rules in place. Of course, we can cooperate to have rules set in place, but they don't serve any purpose unless they are enforced. And I think you will find that in a recommendation, we do talk about a lot of international schemes for cooperation. We do talk about international treaties, regulation, but the recommendation sometimes contains the terms and ensure their enforcement. So I think that is one part that I would like to emphasize. And also, in that regard, I want to make another comment, and it is in regard to the so-called High Seas Treaty that Dr. McNutt talked about. And actually, I was involved in the negotiation of that treaty as an advisor to the Japanese delegation, so I just came back from the United Nations. We have an agreed text of the agreement, and ratifying the treaty will go a long way, actually, in following our recommendations that we have today. But at the same time, the issue of enforcement also applies to the treaty. We will probably have a global treaty for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. I think we will have the sufficient number of states ratifying the treaty for it to enter into force. But the treaty itself, unfortunately, will not save biodiversity of the high seas. This only creates a platform for states to take additional concrete actions to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. So I think this also is in some sense parallel to what we have as recommendations in our recommendations. So I think I should, stress that. So having said that, although conscious of the time, I would like to invite our keynote speakers. If you have some comments in regard to the discussion points, I'd like to start with Dr. McNutt. You did talk about specific ways to implement, but if you have anything to add.
The only thing I'll add is I think we need to build moral outrage from every person on this globe to what's happening to the oceans. And to get that moral outrage, first of all, we have to make it easy for people to find out what's going on in the ocean. How fast are species disappearing in viable numbers? How fast is the ocean warming? What is the input of trash and other runoff from the continents into the oceans? Give them the information so that they can see what's happening. And then use these observing systems to help find out who's responsible. Who are the polluters? Who are the people using irresponsible fishing practices? And, we could even ascribe to take San Francisco versus LA and say, this is San Francisco's contribution to ocean warming. This is Los Angeles's. And get them to compete against each other to have the least ocean impact. No, humans are a very competitive species. And if we can get them to compete to be the best ocean stewards, I think it could help.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hogg.
I continue with the outrage, and I take the climate ocean system as one. It was in 1973 when our distinguished colleague and also my mentor, Wally Broker, coined the word global warming. That's 50 years ago. And you've seen the Keeling curve. Nothing has happened. So I think the outrage needs to continue there, and I think we do have to speak up with our governments. Realistically, yes, we talk and have put forward those lovely recommendations. We go through the biggest coal revolution since the beginning of industrialization today. That's the reality. right? So anything which we draft here, it's a lovely white piece of paper, but close to becoming meaningless. So I do this with the German government as often as I can. I sit in those rounds around Chancellor Scholz. We have the Green Party. We can't agree on anything, even within the country, on how to go forward. But the innovation has been made. The kilowatt-hour electricity is the cheapest by renewables, right? We know how to store it. We know how to, do it, molecules and electrons. So I think it's up to us to basically portray, and we have the power to our political leaders, to at least be honest, right? 1.5 degree climate target is ridiculous, basically, at this point. I was standing up with our Minister for the Environment and Energy at the German G7. Said, no, you've drafted 37 pages of a well-intended text without one specific measure on mitigation. I said, this is not good enough. They didn't like me for that. I was happy about it. But I think the outrage also needs to continue there at any level.
Thank you very much for that message. And I'd like to apologize for my bad timekeeping, but I think we still have time for 1 or 2 questions. So I would like to ask if there are any questions from the floor. Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much. Salvatore Arrigo, International Science Council. I'd like to elaborate a little bit on recommendation 2, specifically the question of developing a roadmap for decarbonizing the ocean, and picking up on what Dr. McNutt said about the need to provide solutions, and also considering the importance of the political side of the S7 declaration as part of the G7 declaration. I think it would be useful to reinforce reference to the forthcoming COP28, which will also deal with the progress in relation to the Paris Agreement. Specifically, if one reads bullet number 2, I see 2 things there. One is reference to geoengineering, which is something that we don't, at least that's my interpretation, a possible interpretation, which is something that we don't know much about in terms of impacts. There has been a ban on research on ocean fertilization several years ago. Research has resumed. The active scientific community seems to agree on the fact that it's a potential bomb, something that it would be difficult for us to master, and yet the policy community seems to refer much more often to geoengineering as a solution for decarbonizing the ocean. The other dimension of that bullet point, which I think is the one that we can and should act upon now, and which may see the G7 act as a coalition of countries and lead really what is possible as of now, is sustainable management of the ocean. And let me explain very quickly. There is not much we can do about ocean acidification as long as CO2 emissions continue being what they are but there is a lot that we can do by reducing other stressors, pollution or eutrophication, overfishing, and by doing that, you make the ocean more resilient. And there is evidence under one particular target, actually indicator, the one related to ocean acidification, 14.3, that by reducing those stressors, you are actually helping the ocean do its job as one of the most important carbon sinks. So I think that bullet point, with all due respect for the text which is there, which is very good. It's a very good basis, but could be perhaps elaborated further and reflect those 2 dimensions. One being more political and perhaps requiring more research, although you are not really helping policy making by simply referring to the need to conduct further research, and the other one much more realistic, much more pragmatic, much more short-term, and something that anyone, even the Global South, can really act upon as of now. Thank you.
Salvatore, the geoengineering aspect, we thought a lot about that, and I don't want to get your hopes down, but there's a scalability problem, as you know, right? If you fertilize the ocean to its extreme, that was the case at the last ice age. So of the 100 ppm, 40 can be explained by ocean fertilization, the subantarctic. What that means, as the atmosphere had 5 times more dust than today, you've chop down basically a mountain ridge like the Andes, drop it in the ocean, and by today's emissions delay basically, if you think of the 3 ppm per year global warming, by 10 years. It doesn't work, right? So there's no other option than, all the adaptation plans we have is to work for mitigation. It's by far the cheapest, and I don't know any geoengineering solution that works. The only one that could work, and it's cheap, but it's very dangerous, and I'm violently against, is solar engineering. For a couple of billion, you could fiddle with the atmosphere. It wouldn't solve any problem at the roots, right? It's like giving a cancer patient, so you could heal heroin for a couple of years. Patient's going to die. Ocean acidification, everything would basically continue. And if you look at the latest results from Caltech, Tapio Schneider and his group, is if you go at 800 ppm, by probably still cooling the planet, but go beyond, you lose the stratocumulus clouds in the tropics, and you would double up man-made warming. So there's no way around than mitigation, and all those fantasies we have on geoengineering, I don't think are feasible or scalable at all.
Okay, thank you. So I think, unfortunately, our time is up for this session. So I would like to thank all the panelists for their contributions, and I'd like to thank the questions also from number 4. So thank you very much, and I'd like to return the microphone to the Secretariat.
So we will begin the last session. The last session is on science in society, science for society. This session will be moderated by Vice President Takamura Yukari. In addition, Dr. Kajita, Professor Maria Cristina Maruzzo, Dr. Filippo Rossi, EC member of Global Young Academy, Professor Narinda Kumara Mehra, Vice President of Indian National Science Academy, and Sir Peter Gluckman, President of International Science Council, will be panelists for this session. Please give him Professor Takamura.
Oh, what's this microphone? Yeah. So thank you very much, Terauchi-san. So I'm working as a moderator for this session. This session is entitled "The Society in Science and the Society for Science." I decided with the panelist members, I thought that there may be 2 questions and 2 rounds of discussion might be interesting. The first discussion will be the way forward from here. So, joint statement by Academy of G7 countries, as you know, over this 3 session, climate and health and the ocean. These 3 topics that actually society face, and G7 country, I think unanimously, I understand here, they should take the lead in tackling this topic is. And what I like to ask to each panelist here in the part of session is that what the most important takeaways from the joint statement and also today's discussion in the symposium. So I like to start the session with this first question, and then latter half I like to devote to the what is the science, law, and the society, I think I prepared for two questions. So how can we enhance the science-based policy making? The second question is how could we do building up trust in science? But that is the latter half of discussion. I think I'd like to start the first part. So next to me, Maria, after your contribution to the session 2, what are the most important takeaways from the joint statement and today's discussion? So, and also Lin Che is taking the lead to organizing S7 next year, so that what do you think that what would be with the G science meeting, S7 meeting next year, and is there any possible continuity or building up from the outcome of this S7 meeting? So, Maria, you have the floor.
Can I have the slide for the S7, please?
Is it possible?
I send them. Well, I just, while they find the slide, let me answer to your question. What is the takeaway most important thing? I think that the most important point, or at least one that I consider important, is the interaction between scientific research and activity and social engagement. We cannot think that science alone, even if it is important, can succeed in the result unless we have social consensus, unless it is embedded in the social behavior. And this is the same in health, is the same in climate, is the same in the ocean. So I think that makes the case, not just that we have to collaborate among ourselves, but we have to have clear that science without any social involvement, unfortunately, is not going to have a great effect. And on the other hand, without science guidance, I think that social behavior might get us astray. So it's not just that we have to go from science to the social, but also we have to have in mind that we need science guidance to implement our behavior. As to the second question, if the slides are there, otherwise I will...
Maybe a little bit
later on? Yeah, okay. It's just one slide, but just to give you the themes. So perhaps I come back later?
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So, thank you, Maria. Already, you suggested the second part of session will be okay. So it is ready? Yeah.
We are preparing this.
Okay, then we come back then later to Maria. So then thank you very much for your comment, and that would definitely lead to the second part of our discussion. So I like to invite the Professor Meha, if I could pronounce correctly. The same question, what's the most important takeaway from this joint statement and also today's discussion? I understand that the Indian National Science Academy is currently taking the lead for successful outcome of S20 this year. So if you could share with us some, the plan for the S20, and also, is there any possibility that the S7 and S20 could collaborate, for instance, on these topics? You already suggested that in the session 2 that the aging society issue might be the possible collaborative point, but you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Well, for us in Science 20, the word is a family. It is not a statement to make, but a life to live with. And that is why you have seen the theme of the S20 there. One life, one future, and one earth. We believe that the children born today are born in a time of hope. We believe that the youth of today has the most precious thing by their side, and the most precious thing is, of course, science. Science is an unbiased equalizer and a great redeemer, and we must strive to let scientific thought and scientists lead into the future. And that is why the 3 tracks, and I will talk about it during the later part of the discussion, the 3 tracks that we have identified under the disruptive science are the green energy for the future, universal holistic health, and of course the most important, science for society and science for culture. And this session is meant for science for society and science in society. And we believe very much in that. We believe science as a liberating force, and in its reformation rigor must also become rooted in the life and times of people. Citizen science, as we call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think we come back definitely to the second question, second part of discussion. So the next to the Professor Meha is the Filippo. As you know, that's the young academy, younger generation of the researcher, gather in the global young academy. So I think here as well, there are several attending this meeting. So Filippo is one of I understand, the executive committee of the Global Young Academy, if I understand. So that what are the most important takeaways? The same question. And also, is there any possibility that the Global Young Academy, younger generation researcher could collaborate with the S7 and on this agenda? So you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the invitation. The joint statement are, of course, very interesting and discuss in details with very good recommendation most of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the take-home message in accordance with Professor Marcuzzo is represented in the title of the panel, so Science in Society and Science for Society. Since from the very beginning, scientists learn how to work for society. So Science for Society, it's very easy for us, so we learn how to move from our discipline to multidiscipline, so to talk also with other colleagues. Our mentors teach us how to communicate our research to our colleagues with conferences, with scientific papers and so on. But no one teaches us how to communicate to society. So the first part, so Science in Society, is the real take-home message, the real challenge for scientists for the future, for young researchers, but not only for young researchers, for all the researchers. So starting and learn how to communicate, how to be involved and engage in the society is one of the main goal in order to improve the knowledge, in order to satisfy the challenge represented by the Sustainable Development Goals. About the second part, of course, Young Academy is extremely happy to collaborate to this project. We have some research group working in working in communication and trying to learn which are the best way to communicate with society in different parts of the world, because different parts of the world have different kind of need, different kind of way to communicate. And thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Next to Filippo is as you know, that Sir Peter Gluckman is president of our International Science Council. As you know, that's together many international union and more than 140, if I'm not mistaken, the national academies. So, Sir Peter, you have the floor, please. And what a takeaway from this joint statement and today's discussion, and possible collaboration between International Science and Council and S7 on these agenda and beyond. Please.
Well, I think we're living sadly in a world
which is fractured. We're in a more fractured geopolitical situation than we've been in since the time of the Second World War. And yet we're facing global commons issues which are more urgent than ever. And therefore, the International Science Council, which does effectively represent the global science community, both natural and social sciences, feels it has a particular obligation to play in this part. And a large part of that is reorientating the International Science Council to be your voice at the United Nations. And there's a lot going on, which you'll see over coming months as we start to build a real presence for the interface between the global science community and the multilateral system. And in particular, I want to bring up the concept, which is a theme that comes through all the three statements that came out today, namely actionable knowledge. It's all very well to get knowledge, but the knowledge needs to be turned to action both by governments and by society. And we need to get, so we are establishing, and any of you I've not yet approached, please contact me. We'll be establishing a group of friends, which is a member states organization for actionable knowledge at the United Nations. And the idea is there to focus the policy community on actually taking things to action. Now, in the second part of in the second discussion, I'll come back to what that means in practice, because I think there's some real issues that we need to discuss, which I won't do at this moment. But suffice to say, the ISC recognizes that the 7 academies here and the other 13 at the G20 meeting are critical players. They are not the only players, however, and we must all sing from the same song sheet. And that means common declarations. It means common actions, because if there's nothing that confuses and inhibits progress, it's distinctive voices with slightly different orientations and nuances. That gives the policymakers an excuse to do nothing. And therefore, I think getting a much more integrated approach to how we will deal with these crises, the 3 we discussed today, but there are many others beyond that, requires some resetting of how organizations work and think. And the ISC is doing its part by totally reorganizing itself to focus on the multilateral system.
Thank you, Sir Peter. Before I give the floor to our President Kajita, I think Maria's slide has been now on the screen, I hope. That's okay. So then the next one. Next one, please. 次のお願いします. So Maria expressed about the possible way to the next year.
Let me say in advance, these are topics that we are discussing as possible themes for the statements. So this is not still an official decision being made, especially because Italian government has not as yet decided on the topic nor on the date. So, but since we plan ahead, we have discussed among ourselves which could be the possible topics. So I'll give it to you. First one, is, as you can see, is related to health, but in a sense following up also what the Indian Academy is doing, thinking in terms of human and animal population. So epidemiology, surveillance in human and animal population, collection, interpretation, and dissemination of data. And so that will bring also what has been said about oceans and so forth. Human mobility, challenges and opportunities for global health and society welfare. How, this world of mobility, thanks to the end of COVID, hopefully, population will be more mobile, and there is also this migration problem. So how is human mobility facing the challenges, but also opportunities? We just have a big shortage our manpower in many sectors. So it's not just a challenge, but also an opportunity. The fourth is social inequalities. Every economist will tell you that economic and social inequalities has increased enormously. This is another major challenge that we are facing. People are getting poorer and poorer, and some people are getting richer and richer. And so how these social inequalities are going to affect our world, and there are obviously ethical issues, sustainability issues, and the vulnerability of the system. And finally, science communication in humanities. How scientists can help the public to understand how, cultural heritage need to be preserved and need to be looked after. So this is not just a matter for humanities. Also scientists need to give their contribution in communicating to the public that cultural heritage is as precious to us as climate, as any other natural resources. And so we need to have social guidance to communicate the urgency and the importance of how to preserve cultural heritage. As again, these are the four themes we are working on, and hopefully we'll be able to make them official when the government is giving us the okay in terms of dates, not of control, just dates. Okay?
Grateful, very much informative. So the last not least, I'd like to invite Professor Kajita, our President Kajita. You received quite a good reaction and reflection suggestion from the floor and also the panelists. And what's your thinking on the comment by other panelists? Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you. First of all, I hope and believe that the joint statement will be used in various decision makings. Now, for these statements to be most accepted in society, I think scientists should think and speak coherently. In this sense, I'm really pleased to know that the panelists here and participants here share the view that are stated in these joint statements. Also, for this statement to be used widely, it's essential to gain the understanding and support of the public. I think it is important to strengthen cooperation with various stakeholders and to make efforts to disseminate our activities while carefully listening to the opinions of society. In this sense, today's symposium is a very good occasion to disseminate our activities. And thank you very much for very interesting discussions today.
Thank you very much. A lot of suggestions coming now, and I think I'm not definitely repeat that, but especially what I like to focus is that as if I take the word saltpeter, as that the actionable knowledge, we need strong message and common message to the society. That is, I think it's very important, not only on the specific term, but also this session itself. So the others, panelists also echo that the science itself not independent from the society. Science not alone succeed the realization its value, and also change and transform its social behavior, social structure. So that's why we come back to the second part of questions. I think here no one denied that science play a critical role for better policy making. However, we know that science cannot always provide 100% of evidence for policy making. Especially, we have a lot of things that involve in scientific uncertainty, for instance. And on the other hand, people do not always trust science, and they do not always behave as science indicates. The issue of mistrust or distrust of science, or maybe involved in the misinformation or disinformation. So I have two questions, especially to the outstanding panelists, and about the sake of time. I think Secretariat is actually required to finish this session on the 3:30 sharp, so that I kindly ask each panelist to reply to one of question, or maybe within the time of the a couple of minutes, you could try to respond to both. But the first question is, how could we enhance science-based policy making? For doing so, what should be the essential for policymakers and scientific communities? So I think it's quite a general challenges for to realize the three topics covered by the joint statement as well. The second question is that how could we do for building up trust, more trust in science, and trust between the general public and scientific community? So then you can select one of them, but within the time limit, you have the freedom to take two. So can I ask Maria to take the floor first?
Yes, I will take up the second question for a minute. You see, science, be it hard science or soft science, thrives on discussion, thrives on confrontation, maybe of different opinion. Even, the art science, even the people who work in science that are considered to be very, very hard, they have disagreements. And these disagreements, rather than being perceived as nurturing the discussion, as nurturing science, are perceived sometimes as, people that disagree because there is no one truth. Of course there is no one truth, that otherwise science will not proceed. But to the public, this sometimes is seen as a way to discredit science. We have seen that during the COVID pandemic. We have seen during the COVID pandemic that scientists were discussing on the measure, were discussing of the vaccines. What was the result of this public increase in the no-vax number? The people say, oh, well, if the scientists disagree, it means that there is no one truth. So I think that the public exposure to disagreement is very detrimental. While it is thriving that we discuss among ourselves, I don't think makes a very good policy to expose all disagreements to the public. That would be my answer to your second question.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to invite Professor Mera. Yes.
Thank you very much. I will make two comments. One general because Maria stated those 4 points. Oh, Christina. Everybody calls you Maria here.
No, it's my mistake.
Put Maria in front of everything, but you just...
Christina. Christina.
Christina, yes.
Talked about the very 4 important points for the S7 next year. And these are very important, and I thought I will translate into my language. One is the One Health, because you talked about the human and the animals, and of course also the environment. The other, mobility, and I think here comes the issue of urban health, which countries like ours have faced a lot. social inequalities, and of course the science communication there. I was thinking that these 4 points should also be communicated to our next chair of S20, Brazil, because they are now in the process of selecting a theme, and it will be nice that they have that, because we're all the time talking about collaboration between S7 and S20. Now the question of, you raised a very important point of people do not always trust science. That has been true, but I think what we have seen during COVID-19, people's faith in science has grown. People thought COVID-19 has come, we're not going to survive. Of course, because in the past we knew that the vaccines take about 10 years to be made. And the earliest vaccine that we had was MMR in 4.5 years. And here we could make in a matter of months. So I think people's trust in science is now growing. So now is the time that we have to all get together to make sure, and your theme of science for society and science in society. Thank you very much.
Very strong and encouraging message from the Indian Academy of Science and Professor Mehra. Thank you very much. So the Filippo, so you are some kind of representative of the future scientific community and society. So you have the floor.
Thank you. I would also say something about the importance of trust in science. I agree with the previous speaker about the importance of, to do science in society, and also that COVID-19 was a great opportunity to improve the trust in science. In most part of the world, this opportunity was not, was not used well, and the trust in science didn't grow up as expected. This again, because in my opinion, the communication was done by other policies, by journalists that then like to put the disagreement in television and so on. I read a really interesting paper on proceeding of the National Academies of Science of USA, where they said that even if the trust in science increases a little bit in the last year worldwide, the trust in government fall down dramatically in the last year. So, in my opinion, as said, it's important our effort to communicate. We cannot demand to others that have less trust than us to do our job. So it is, as said, the work of science is changing in the last centuries, and is now changing and will change also in the future. It's a fun, but it's also a work, as said, and the importance of work not only in the lab, that is the science for society, but also in the communication in society. In my contribution.
Thank you. I expect that there's a Peter, excellent wrap up on the comment or two questions.
I'll comment on both. First, the challenge of today's discussion is that of effective communication between science and policymakers. We'll come to science and society in a moment, because policymakers will not act unless society agrees. And the mantra, I suppose, spent most of my career, or the last 20 years anyhow, in science advice. And if there's one thing we know from science advice, is it's no use scientists presenting problems to policymakers. And yet that's what we've done today, what we do repeatedly. Unless we present to policymakers acceptable, practical, politically acceptable, scalable, publicly acceptable solutions, they'll be rejected. And I think the science community needs to get better at not just throwing a problem at the policy maker and saying it's your problem to fix it. I saw today in the declaration some suggestions which could have been turned to an actionable roadmap, but they're not specific at that level, and so they'll be pushed back. And therefore, I think that it's really important that the skills of science advice, which don't live strongly in academies, I'm being general in the world here, not picking on the seven in this room, are developed to understand that science advice requires understanding what policymakers can do and what they cannot do. And one of the things that we could do in this area is strengthen and think about how science advice mechanisms need to be strengthened in virtually every country. Japan is one of the very few countries in the world that has science advice incorporated into its foreign ministry. Surely, if we want the United Nations to work effectively, science needs to be well engaged with the foreign ministry. There's many other aspects to it, but I won't go into it now. But the other thing is, scientists must stop having arrogance and hubris. We do not have all the answers, and as Christina's already said, the society is part of engaging to give the answers. And that's again why actionable knowledge, which respects other knowledge systems and respects how knowledge is turned to action, is so important. I believe we could go much further than we have here today. This is coming to where I think we could go in the next 5 years. We could turn this into roadmaps. We could turn it into KPI or some measures that could be measured, and groups like the ISC could actually monitor progress of different countries against progress. So I think there are things that could be done, but that requires a much bigger discussion than we could do in the next 2 minutes. The last point I want to make is on trust. It's interesting that in the last week, Salvatore and I have been inundated from the UN with requests to help on promoting trust in science, not just from UN Central, but from UN agencies, including many who you would have thought be well advanced in this area. And it's hard because there's disinformation, there's misinformation, there's confusion, there's scientific ego, which I think one of you spoke about earlier, with scientists debating in public to try and get more and more reflection and more funding or whatever. There's a game out there. And what we need to do is think about what creates trust in science. First of all, it's about openness about what science is and what science is not, and what are the limits on science and how science lives alongside other values and knowledge systems. Because we all live with multiple knowledge systems and multiple identities. If we don't do that, and I would challenge you to ask most scientists to define science. Very few could actually give you a well-principled definition of what science is, and we're working on that at the ISC at the moment. The second thing is to describe the processes of science, and this is important because I think a discourse which is going on in many parts of the world, which you may not be seeing, perhaps our colleague in India is this discussion of decolonizing science. Well, of course, that's nonsensical. Science is a universal set of principles. Science systems are contextual and historical and can be influenced by colonial history. And of course, we need to decolonize science systems. But we need to be much better about the language. And I think we need to be clear about what we're talking about. And frankly, I don't think as a community as a whole, we've done that very well to date.
Fabulous comment. I think I could expect any question and comment on each panelist later, but to close the before question and answer, I'd like to invite President Kajita for the questions.
Thank you. Well, I find it's difficult to speak after these excellent comments. Anyway, let me say a few words. Certainly, trust in science is an important issue. And there have been, in fact, various examples of the distrust of science. For example, I think that the hesitating vaccination in COVID-19 is a symbolic one. In the case of novel events such as COVID-19, science cannot provide immediate answers. I think it's important to carefully explain the process by which science in action gradually reaches answers through the research. This is just a case of the COVID-19. Anyway, I believe that we scientists are required to explore ways to engage in dialogue that are widely accepted by the public. Finally, I want to mention that the cooperation between public and scientists is desperately needed to solve the issues such as climate change and health, as we discussed in this symposium. So we should not forget to work for science in society and science for society. And so let me repeat that we are working for science for all. That's all.
Thank you. With the kind assistance and cooperation of each panelist, to keep their statement within a couple of minutes. So we have a luck to have one or two questions which is very brief. So I'd like to invite them on the floor. So Marcia. So please, microphone, please. And then, yes.
Thanks. So Peter, your statement about trust in science. My good colleague at the National Academy, Susan Fisk, who's at Princeton University, has actually studied the science of trust. And the plots she shows are that trust is not a linear dimension. It's actually at least two dimensions. One dimension is competence. And scientists always max out the scale of competence. The public really thinks that scientists are competent. But where we're in middle of the pack at best is the other axis, which is how much does the public believe that those people understand their issues and are working to address them? So what are your thoughts on how we can max out the other scale?
I agree with you. I think science has done a lot to make science trustworthy. It's a different matter to be perceived as trustworthy. And I think we've not done a good job in the way we communicate. I think some of the work that the Japanese Science Council of Japan did after the Fukushima earthquake tried to address the issues of how scientists spoke in public to try and deal with the issues, and it was a brave attempt. But I think the fundamental issue is one of explaining to every person on the planet, starting at primary school, what the processes of science is. Science is defined by principles. Principles of being an organized system of knowledge, one which is open to review and revision constantly by expert peers, that it will only accept explanations based on rationality, based on logic, based on empirical observation, that will not appeal to higher powers. Well, exactly. Hopefully a lack of bias. But the point is, if we explain what science is, and that there are things that science cannot address, then I think it's trustworthy. I think one of the things that's happened is the Mertonian behavior of scientists speaking like priests at the altar, truth to the community. And I think that's done a lot of harm. We've, of course, now got to deal with a problem which I think your country had more to do with than most, which is the politicization of whether you trust science or not, which has become a bit of a political badge. And I think we've got a real challenge there in how we undo that. Education is at the heart of it.
Thank you. I think that maybe the last question and Dr. Elbedu True, excuse me. Please, microphone, please.
Anyway, I want to be quick, but concerning this issue of trust, I think it's something which may take different situation. And what I think is there has been a change, which is a very large change. The fact that, in fact, we are already, and it has been told just during this day, we are now in a situation where the climate problem is there. And it's not just a problem of science as we have thought about during this day. Well, we have a problem which is which is considering not only just physical problems, and we have tendency to define the problem as just a problem of physical issues. Well, we are also in a situation where we have a living world, and this living world is very important also. And I think the people know that there is all this. And what I felt during the different moment in everything we've been looking during those last 10 years or more, this is something that is now considered for what they are by the people. People know that the situation is the one that has been described just in the afternoon by Gerhard. I think this is something that people know. And so the lack of trust is something which is really well-founded. People know that, in fact, what we are trying to say to them is something that doesn't represent what we can do. And so I think we have to pay attention to that by trying to let people think that a number of things which we think are not useful because are not possible, I would say, is existing, is something that is well understood by the people. They understand that, and generally what they do, at least that's what I felt in Paris with all the people that were there. Generally, they want to do something else, and they want to have some different ways to define what they are going to do. So I think we have to consider that for what it is. We are in a situation that is already in a situation that people are looking for what it is.
Anyone? Yeah.
Just very quickly, there's a lot of what we're talking here is about institutional trust. And science is an institution, like governments are institutions, like law is an institution. And there's lots of evidence that institutional trust in any one institution falls and others do. Part of the answer is to make ourselves less elite. If we can make ourselves less elite, by promoting more women, more diversity in science, by engaging more in citizen science, etc., 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 we'll be seen as less elite than some of these other institutions, using language which is not jargon and which is understandable. I'm afraid there's some immunologists in the room and I can't understand your language at all. And I'm a medical doctor by background. We've got to find a way to be seen less elite. The less elite we are, the more we'll be trusted.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. So I think the time is really up, so that I'd like to close this session. But I think a question itself is we have to continue to consider the how to, provide the scientific advice to the policymaker to better policy making, and how to create trust and the relationship between the public and the science. So with that, I'd like to close the session, and please join me with a big hand to the panelists. Thank you very much indeed.
So last but not least, I would like to ask Dr. Kajita to make a closing remark.
Thank you. I almost forgot to say. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank representatives from the International Science Council, Global Young Academy, Indian National Academy of Science, and G-Science Academies for their lively discussions on the global issues. Thanks to your valuable speeches and discussions, we deepen our understanding on each theme of the joint statements and the relationship between society and science. As mentioned at the beginning of the symposium, we hope that the joint statement will contribute significantly to the discussions at the G7 summit and relevant ministerial meetings. Later today, the representatives of the G7 national academies will hand over the joint statements to Prime Minister Kishida, who is the chair of the G7 summit. As introduced by Professor Marcia Cristina Marcuzzo, Foreign Secretary of the National Academy of Lince, Italy. Lince will host next year's G-Science Academy meeting. I would like to close our symposium by confirming that we, all the national academies participating here, will continue to work together on various issues and cooperate toward the G-Science Academy meeting in Italy next year. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kajita. So I would like to thank all panelists again. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution. So with this, today's program ends. Thank you so much. Here's some housekeeping announcement. For heads of G7 Academies delegations, we have the handover ceremony to the Prime Minister at the Prime Minister's office. Please come to the entrance hall with all your belongings immediately. We are leaving at 3:40 p.m. For representatives of ISC, GYA, and India, please follow the Secretariat. For other attendees, the reception will start at 6:30 p.m. at Rem Hotel, Roppongi. We look forward to meeting you again at the reception. Thank you.